Doing an audio test here. Testing.
Yes, I can hear you.
Good morning. We're now on the record. It's 9 a.m. on Tuesday, May 13th, 2025. This is an evidentiary hearing in proceeding number 24A-0296E, Public Service Company of Colorado's Wildfire Mitigation and Public Safety Power Shutoff Plans proceeding. I'm Eric Blank, the chair of the commission. Can my colleagues introduce themselves for the record, starting with Commissioner Gilman?
Good morning, Commissioner Megan Gilman.
Good morning, Commissioner Tom Plant.
Thank you. On April 18th, 2025, Public Service, on behalf of the parties to this proceeding, filed a unanimous comprehensive settlement agreement. So that greatly narrows the scope of the witness questioning that we will be doing today. Let's start with entries of appearance, Public Service.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Tyler Mansholt, and I am on behalf of Public Service Company of Colorado. With me is co-counsel Patrick Zomer and Caitlin Shields.
Trial staff.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Assistant Attorney General Ross Smith on behalf of staff this morning. I'm joined by my co-counsel, Assistant Attorneys General Justin Larson and Josh Foreman.
UCA.
Good morning, Kate Crampton with the Office of the Attorney General on behalf of UCA.
Colorado Energy Consumers.
Good morning, Chair Blake. Austin Rushoff on behalf of Colorado Energy Consumers, or CEC. Joined by my co-counsel Christine Roach, and Michelle King may join the proceedings as well at some point.
Thank you. City and County of Denver.
Morning, Commissioners. Chuck Solomon, Assistant City Attorney, representing the City and County of Denver.
Comcast.
Uriel Martinez, representing CTIA. I'm also joined by Ben Aaron from CTIA. Co-counsel may join me later.
Okay. And is Comcast Cable Communications Management out there? Nope. Western Resource Advocates.
My apologies. Comcast is here.
Can you introduce yourself?
Yes, this is James Tomlinson. I'm outside counsel for Comcast. I'm going to be joined momentarily by my colleague, Mike Borgia.
Thank you. Western Resource Advocates.
Good morning, Commissioners and parties. Parks Barossa, representing Western Resource Advocates.
COSA.
Morning, Commissioners. Ellen Howard Kutzer here on behalf of COSA as well as the Coalition for Community Solar Access. Thank you.
City of Boulder.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Gabriella Stockmeyer of the law firm of Dietza and Davis on behalf of the City of Boulder.
And finally, Commission Counsel.
Yes. Good morning, Commissioners. Chairman Paul Gomez, Office of the Attorney General. On behalf of the Commission, I'd also like to enter the appearance of Wyatt Foreman and Ruth Harper, also from the Attorney General's Office.
Thank you. Did I miss anyone?
Yes, Your Honor.
Climax. Sorry.
I'm just part of the woodwork. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Richard Fanyo on behalf of Climax Molybdenum Company.
For 30 years, Mr. 35.
I'm embedded. I'm embedded in the woodwork. You can't see me anymore.
Sorry. With that, we'll turn to, did I miss anyone else? With that, let's go to electronic process. We're going to conduct this hearing using electronic exhibits. A spreadsheet marked as hearing exhibit, I think 1300, lists the latest versions of the pre-filed and settlement testimony and attachments. With that, any objection to the omission of hearing exhibit 1300, the spreadsheet listing all the exhibits? Mr. Mansholt?
No objection. I don't speak for the rest of the parties, but no objection for Public Service.
Anybody else? Hearing none, exhibit 1300 is admitted. In regard to all the items on hearing exhibit 1300, are there any objections to admitting all those documents?
No objection to the admission of those pre-filed documents.
Anybody else? Hearing none, all the exhibits listed on hearing exhibit 13 as filed in the commission's e-filing systems are admitted into evidence. Regarding the witnesses, I have 7 witnesses, witnesses listed, Mr. Berman, Mr. McGregor, Ms. Velasquez Harvath, Ms. Elam, Dr. Depew, Mr. Pereira, and Ms. Valentine. For me, I have questions for Mr. Berman, Dr. Depew, Mr. Pereira, and Ms. Valentine, but would be prepared to excuse the other settlement witnesses as well as all other witnesses. Commissioner Gilman, thoughts on witness excusal?
Sorry, can you repeat for me who you're going to retain? What was the short?
Sorry, Berman, Depew, Pereira, and Valentine.
I think that works for me.
Commissioner Plant?
Yeah, I did have questions for the 3 public service witnesses, but I didn't have any others.
Okay, so it looks like Ms. Elam is excused, but the other 6 witnesses we'd like to hear from. I've been through the settlement agreement multiple times, and I'm ready to just jump into it. But Commissioner Gilman, do you want to hear a summary of the settlement agreement, or you want to just jump into it?
At your discretion, it's not necessary just for me, but if others feel that's necessary, either way works for me.
Commissioner Plant?
Yeah, I'm easy either way.
All right, maybe we'll just jump into it. Any other, Ms. Crampton, any other preliminary matters, Ms. Crampton?
Yes, thank you. Just briefly, I know the commission has just indicated the witnesses it intends to have questions for. I just wanted to flag that Mr. Pereira has a conflict from approximately 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock this afternoon. Depending on where we are, it could be an issue or could not be an issue. So I just wanted to flag that in case we need to take him out of order.
All right, so I think we may be breaking at 4 for other reasons. So maybe we just put Mr. Pereira on after the company. Would that work for people? See nodding heads, so I'll hearing no objection.
That works for you, CA. Thanks.
Yeah, we'll plan on doing that. Ms. Stockmeyer.
Yes, good morning, Chair. Just one preliminary matter for Boulder. We have affidavits for testimony that were filed after the date that Ms. Kunkel put together the hearing exhibit spreadsheet. So if I may just move into the record hearing exhibit that's in City of Boulder's box.com, which is just the affidavits of testimony. It's marked as hearing exhibit 613.
I can't imagine there's any objections, so I see heads shaking no, so so moved.
Thank you.
Ms. Kutzer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you're taking preliminary matters, COSA and CCSA do not have any settlement witnesses, nor did they introduce testimony in this proceeding, and ask politely if I may be excused for the remainder of the hearing. Thank you.
You may.
Thank you.
Other preliminary matters and other counsel who would like to be excused without settlement witnesses may be excused if you so desire. Any other preliminary matters? All right. Mr. Berman, are you out there?
I apologize, Chair. I just wanted to note that this is our first hearing being conducted in our new office here on 3500 Blake Street. And with this being our first time conducting a hearing in this office, to the extent there are any minor technical issues, we hope you can bear with us and having some patience. And in particular, we're going to be switching excuse me, attorneys between witnesses, which I'm going to do now. There's just a brief delay between us switching attorneys. So I will go to Mr. Pat Zomer now, and I thank you for the brief delay.
Yeah, no worries. I got multiple screens up, so I may have issues too. Mr. Berman, can you hold up your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You can put your hand down. Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
No.
If that changes, you'll let us know.
Will do.
Back to you, I think, Mr. Zomer, wherever you are.
And you can hear me okay as well?
We can.
Okay, great.
Thank you, Chair Blank. Mr. Berman is up. So good morning, Mr. Berman. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Stephen Berman, Steven Berman.
And Chair Blank, did you already swear, Mr. Berman?
I did.
Okay, sorry, we were changing speakers there. Mr. Berman's direct, supplemental direct, rebuttal, and settlement testimony, exhibits 106, 120, 127, and 138 have been previously admitted. So Mr. Berman is available for commissioner questions.
Commissioner Gilman.
Hey, good morning, Mr. Berman.
Good morning, Commissioner Gilman.
I just have a few questions. I'll probably try them all out on you. And I think Commissioner Plant retained some other company witnesses. So if you need to refer them, let me know.
Will do.
Okay. So it appears in reading through, the original plan that the company uses some more granular maps of risk that are shown in the plan, but then essentially kind of transitions them only to the 3-tier system in order to operationalize, as I understand. Is that a fair characterization? Maybe I'll just start there with the risk tiering.
So I'd say, as I understand it, yes, but Mr. McGregor would definitely be the better person to speak to details around the mapping and the risk areas, as far as if there's going to be any detailed questions.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to understand, in reviewing through the plan, we have these more detailed maps, but then transition just to the 3-tier system, which are very large segments of land and segments of the system. And so I'm curious, I know the company emphasizes trying to address the highest risk areas first and kind of the highest impact actions first. But in doing this with kind of generalizing the risk across these 3 tiers, I'm curious if we lose some of that important prioritization by kind of obscuring the shades of risk even within those tiers.
So I do think that probably Mr. McGregor would be the best to speak to that. He's going to be able to give you the most detail around how the company is looking at the risk modeling and how the maps and the tiers were set up.
Okay, no worries. I know Boulder had advocated for access to some Techno-Silva outputs to help plan its own mitigation at the parcel and community levels. I believe the company has mentioned collaborating with various local fire districts in various ways. And I just wanted to confirm if sharing any of the Techno-Silva outputs would be part of that coordination.
I'm probably gonna have to kick that one to Mr. McGregor as well. I think I'm not sure what our agreement with Techno-Silva is on sharing that, and he certainly could speak to that. And I think we have sought to engage as best we can and share all the information we can, but he could certainly tell you specifically if we can share that under our agreement with Techno-Silva.
Okay. No worries. Also, the company is committed in the settlement that the PSPS playbook that the company is developing internally now will be submitted within 30 days of a final order from this proceeding. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. Is there a common understanding of who all will have access to that document when it's submitted?
I believe we would submit it under confidentiality, but it should be parties to the settlement and the commission. I think that's spelled out. I think it mentions it in the settlement. I'd have to double check on exactly how we plan to submit that playbook, but I do think that it'll have a confidential, it'll be a confidential filing, but all the parties to this proceeding should have access to it.
Okay, got it. And that would include a few of the largest municipalities, that you serve who are participating here. Would there be any way for other jurisdictions or municipalities to access that through any process if they find it would have value for them?
It might be best to talk to Mr. McGregor about what's in that playbook and why the company's submitting it confidentially. Because we do have, right, the PSPS plan, which is the more public facing plan. And the playbook is more of operationally how we're dealing with and executing PSPS internally. So I think, the playbook is obviously much more detailed and has information in it that, we're not looking to share widely or publicly. So I think I would have to maybe defer you to Mr. McGregor, or also to think through, what pieces of that we could provide publicly, or if the need would be met by the public-facing PSPS plan.
Okay. And is that playbook something the company anticipates updating at some regular interval, especially as you learn more and get more operational experience
Yeah.
with PSPS?
Again, Mr. McGregor is kind of the key person that would speak to, the development and updates of the playbook. But my understanding is, yes, we've already updated versions of it and would continue to update that internally as we learn more and grow into maturity of PSPS events.
Okay. Yeah, I'm happy to ask him about it. Do you have any plans as to, if this is probably more on the policy and proceeding side, do you have any idea on if plans are made to that playbook, if there's any notification of the parties who would receive it in this proceeding to understand the updated version?
Certainly we could do that. If we're refiling an updated version, we would certainly notify the parties to the proceeding. I'd also say that to the extent that there's changes within that playbook that are impacting our overall PSPS plan, we're going to have obviously that plan kept on our website and publicly available. So as there's iterations or revisions made to the public facing PSPS plan, that will certainly be available to the public.
Okay, got it. And then I believe also in the settlement, there's a commitment for that the company will invite OEMs to participate in some regular tabletop PSPS exercises. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Does the commitment to extend that invite to OEMs to participate in those tabletop PSPS exercises extend only to certain communities, only to those that are parties here, or is that a wider group that will receive that invitation?
So I would check in with Miss Velasquez Horvath on that. She's definitely could speak a little more to it. I can't remember exactly what the language in the settlement is, but certainly the company's open to that collaboration. I think we have already had some of that collaboration with particular OEMs who were more actively engaged earlier on, but we are committed to ensuring that we're putting that invite out to others. And she could speak to the details about the engagement with those OEMs. Her team does all of that engagement activity.
Okay. Let's see. Also in the settlement, the company commits to coordinate with OEMs with regard to critical facilities. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Similar question on will this coordination be across the company's entire service territory with kind of all municipalities who I guess probably choose to engage, or just those who are already engaged here?
So I think have continued to work through the definition identification of the critical facilities. And so I think there is a settlement commitment. I can't remember the exact timeline on when we would have that list completed. And then certainly then we will continue to evaluate if others need to be added to the list in the future, but we would deploy, those communications practices with all of the identified critical facilities.
Okay.
And again, Miss Velasquez Horvath that's kind of in her domain, and she could certainly talk about, the work we've done to date and will continue to do to engage with the critical facilities.
Okay, got it. Also in this settlement, I think the company commits to hiring 2 additional community resilience managers. Are you familiar with that?
I am.
Is there any committed timeline for that from the company?
I don't think there's a committed timeline, but again, those community managers would be in Ms. Velasquez Horvath's organization. So certainly you could talk to her about that.
Yeah, okay. I think just one other question from me really with regard to battery energy storage systems and battery energy storage system program. As I understand it, the company will target in the settlement that program to medical certification and Colorado medical exempt customers. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And more specifically, those that are in tier 2 and tier 3 wildfire zones?
Yes, that's correct.
Is there, I'm just thinking through this proceeding in the context of obviously other proceedings which are focused on other goals, of which battery energy storage systems also could be useful as we look across purposes at demand response, at VPPs. And curious what planning, if any, the company is doing internally to try to understand and realize the benefits of that equipment kind of across proceedings and across purposes.
Yeah, I think, one of the things that the settlement does also say is that the company's not closing the door to bringing forward programs and other proceedings, right? So there was recognition from the parties through settlement here. We did narrow the company's original proposal. And part of that was an acknowledgement that this type of program can exist through other proceedings. So I would expect that whatever data collection and analysis we're doing related to any of those battery programs across the company, this would be included. So we would certainly be looking at, the benefits potentially of all of these batteries on the system.
Okay. And might the same also happen in reverse in kind of other proceedings, recognizing that there could be a wildfire resilience benefit of energy systems?
Yeah.
Could happen, I guess, in either proceeding.
I think there's absolutely cross-pollination there. We will certainly be considering all of the programs across all of the proceedings that the company's operating, and the teams that build and execute those programs for the company, really keep track of those holistically as well.
Okay. And I don't have offhand kind of the percentage of the company's service territory that fits in a tier 2 or tier 3, but it's pretty substantial. Within that, it strikes me that only kind of a subset of that seems to me at most risk for PSPS or more frequent PSPS. Do you kind of agree with that assumption?
I think there's certainly a subset of that is at higher risk for PSPS. I mean, I think their PSPS obviously could occur in any part of the service territory, but I would suggest, I think you're correct that, based on the way we've drawn the tiers, certainly there's portions that are more susceptible than others.
So I'm curious kind of within that and with a $2 million budget annually, I don't have a good sense of the scale of the need, like how many of the medical customers would be eligible. Does the company have any plans or have any way to kind of try to target these incentives to the areas that are likely at most risk of PSPS, either just through marketing more in those areas or whatever it may be, to ensure those at the most risk really are very aware of the program and their ability to participate?
Yeah, I think that's a fair point for us to consider in the development of those programs. I do think, though, that while I don't have all of the numbers in front of me, I think we tried to craft the $2 million to be able to cover the medical customers in tier 2 and tier 3, right? So, the medical certified customers are a small percentage of the total in those tiers. So I would anticipate that we have enough funding earmarked here to assist all of those customers that we can and that need the battery system. So, and certainly then that is where we would look at, how that program is, what acceptance rates have been, and if there's a need for more funding, I think we would likely bring that forward in a future proceeding.
Okay. And just looping back to one of my just previous questions, as customers join this program, this program is really kind of for the black sky situation where the power is out. When the power is on, 99 whatever percent of the time, does the company anticipate at the rollout of this program ensuring it is enabled to integrate and participate with other company programs, like, for example, company control or other third-party control of the batteries during normal grid operations for those cost-saving and infrastructure-saving measures?
Yeah, I don't know that we've put together the level of detail of how these programs will be structured, but certainly that's a reasonable assumption and request, right? That if we're deploying a battery under this program that could be useful in another program for, as you say, potential, company control and offsetting other peak periods. Like I think that our team will certainly be looking at that and be reviewing all of the batteries across the service territory and how to best utilize those through the program. So such that if we have a future program that offers a customer rebate or a benefit to be able to use a battery at specific times, I think we would target and offer it to those folks that have them under this program.
Okay. All right. I think those are my only questions, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Plant.
Thank you, and good morning, Mr. Berman.
Morning, Commissioner Plant.
I like what you've done with your office.
I'm not in my office. I'm in a separate place where I cannot be disturbed, hopefully.
I thought it looked like a jail cell.
Yeah, all I need is a ransom note behind me.
Kind of like the white void.
I'm being held against my will.
So I just had a few questions and a couple that touch on what Commissioner Gilman was talking about, but I wanted to first go to the securitization process. So what are the forecasted savings for ratepayers associated with the securitization compared to traditional rate recovery?
Yeah, and obviously a number of assumptions go into that, right? But I did attach to my settlement testimony an illustrative analysis of those savings. And that analysis showed a present value savings of $400 million approximately for customers. So that's about, over the course of the life of those assets or the life of the securitization, it's about 1.2 billion in savings, but on a present value basis, it's 400 million. Under the assumptions in that analysis.
Fantastic. And, obviously this is a major wildfire mitigation plan. I'm not sure, does the company see this as sort of like the anchor wildfire mitigation plan and future plans will sort of build upon it and be incremental? Or how exactly do you see this sort of within the process of wildfire mitigation over time?
Yeah, I mean, I think just, looking at the last plan to this plan and the scope and scale increase, right? Like this feels more like an anchor plan. With that said, I think like we've been cautious in all of the testimony to reiterate that, from the last plan to this plan, the risk profile changed dramatically, and that could continue to happen. But the way I would look at this plan is that there is fundamental work being done under this plan that won't need to be repeated for quite some time, right? Like there's a number of pole replacements through accelerated inspections and reviews of those poles, and those poles generally have 50, 60-year lives. So once a large number of those poles in the high-risk areas are replaced, they won't need to be replaced again for some time. So there is a lot of work, I think, that's foundational and that would be built on in future plans. The EPSS is another one, enabling all the feeders with EPSS in tiers 2 and tiers 3, right? That's going to be kind of a one-time effort. And so I think that's a big piece of the acknowledgement here and why I think it's a good fit for the securitization proposal. But to answer your question, yes, I think this is a bit of an anchor plan, and certainly everything that we do going forward will build off of considering what we've done under this plan.
And then as you go forward, sort of a reevaluation of the risk zones, some tier 2s may turn into tier 3, some, areas that maybe aren't in tier 2 might enter tier 2, things like that.
I would tell you, Mr. McGregor could talk to you for a long time about the risk and how the company looks at it and models it. And certainly we are continuing to evolve in that today, and we anticipate continuing to evolve in the future. So yes, I think, we are becoming more mature and sophisticated in that area with every day that goes by.
And to get back to the securitization, just looking at how securitization works, is there an opportunity for, future wildfire mitigation plans to have components that are entered into the securitization that is established through this proceeding? Or does it basically, if a future plan was to securitize some of the, investments, would it be, start from scratch, basically?
Yeah, I think it would be a little more start from scratch, because the way, and obviously I think we've said this in testimony, but we haven't done securitization yet. So this would be the first one that's going to come up. But the way we understand the process is that the investments will need to go through a prudence review so that the commission has approved those investments, and then there's certainty that there's not going to be any disallowance of those investments at the time that they get securitized. So the way that this is contemplated is that we would make that financing order filing kind of concurrently with the last prudence review, such that by the time we execute the securitization, all of the investments that are going into that have been through a prudence review and approved by the commission.
Okay, understood. And I'm just curious, do you know how many customers are eligible for the battery rebates through the medical certification program?
I do not have that number in front of me. I do think it's a relatively small number of customers that we have in the medical certification program. We could certainly get that for you, probably have it available by the time you talk to another witness.
And the V2H program was taken out from the settlement. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And how is the company thinking about sort of the measurement of success? I mean, will there be ongoing reporting regarding avoided ignitions, reduced PSPS frequency, customer resilience, anything of that nature? How are you looking at sort of measuring that?
Yeah, there's a whole host of agreed upon metrics that we'll be reporting annually in those prudence reviews. And so certainly Mr. McGregor can talk to you about any of the specifics, but essentially we built on the previous annual wildfire reports under the previous plan and added a substantially new reporting to that. So all of those things you mentioned, I think you'll see in the annual reports.
Great. And similar to what Commissioner Gilman was asking about in terms of engagement with communities and emergency management, are you looking at working with organizations that work across the state, for example, CML, CCI, emergency management organizations, state agencies that might be a sort of a repository for some of this information for other maybe smaller communities, smaller emergency management organizations that might not have the resources to sort of participate directly in this kind of a proceeding.
Yeah, I would encourage you to talk to Ms. Velasquez about that. Her team, she leads the community engagement team, and so her team is very focused in those areas. And I don't want to, I don't want to not do it justice, all of the work that her and her team do. So she could certainly talk to you about the significant engagement that we're doing with the community and continue to build on.
Okay, fantastic. I'll follow up with her on that. One of the things that we've been talking about since really the beginning of the filing of this is how this may potentially impact insurance. And I know in your testimony you talked about the company insurance, but I was really interested in was how this might impact homeowner insurance.
Yeah.
I mean, theoretically, we're reducing risk. And as you know, in many of our wildfire areas, insurance is not only becoming more expensive, but in some cases it's being revoked and impossible to get. So I'm just wondering, are there examples from within your service territory where, for example, homeowner premiums have been reduced following utility mitigation projects like undergrounding, conductor replacement, things of that nature? Has the company been looking at that impact or that potential impact, or have you heard from communities that that impact is happening?
I haven't heard that that impact is happening. I think what I would say is that I think we're a little early in the process to actually be seeing the occurrence of it. But what I'm encouraged by and where I think the company plays a significant role is in education to the insurance industry of the work we're doing and how we see that work reducing risk and how they should think about considering that. And it's my understanding that we had a bill passed this session. I think it was Senator House Bill 1182 that's at the governor's desk for signature that will require insurance companies to take into account in their risk modeling utility wildfire mitigation plans. I think that's a great step in the right direction, and certainly the company will do everything we can to facilitate, that information exchange and that they're well educated on the work that we're doing. I think that's kind of the start. We do, we have a little control over how they actually model that and develop their premiums, but we want to be a partner in educating and ensuring that they're taking these things into account.
That's fantastic. And what mechanisms exist really for quantifying and communicating ignition risk reduction at the community level or the parcel level from the wildfire management investments? Is there the ability to get to that kind of, if the insurance industry is saying, well, we would need this kind of information at the, at the parcel level or whatever. Is there the capabilities within the company to do that?
I think Mr. McGregor could certainly talk a little bit more detail there, but I think the way we look at those ignitions and monitor them is we've got history. And so as we move through and put mitigations on the system, we should have some history of what's happened in those areas prior and then what happens post mitigation to compare and to draw out some of that data that post mitigation, you'll see this. I think there's also data from other utilities that you can look at that's publicly available that we could use to kind of say, like, if it's covered conductor or EPSS or undergrounding, like what type of ignitions was that utility seen in that area before and after the mitigation. So even if we're early in the process ourselves, we might be able to lean on others who have done some of this work to prove out the risk mitigation.
Great. And if I understood correctly, Public Service is planning to share the wildfire risk model outputs like the Technosilla data with insurers or state agencies that might influence those underwriting practices. Is that through the process of this bill, or would that be something that you would be able to do or planning to do?
So I'd encourage you just to, as I did Commissioner Gilman, to just double check with Mr. McGregor about our obligations under our contract with Technosilva, specifically on sharing. But I think we can do both. So the bill provides an impetus for us to go and share information with the insurance companies. And I think we have also looked for opportunities, as there have been industry events or roundtables that we can participate in with the insurance companies to educate them on the work we're doing. Certainly, as you started with, we've done a lot of work with the companies that we purchase liability insurance from to help them understand the work we're doing and the risk reduction that should impact those rates. But as it goes to further the homeowners rates, that's where I think we're going to look for every opportunity to get in front of those insurance companies and be sure that they understand what we're doing.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Berman. I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Plant. Can we pull up the settlement agreement, hearing exhibit 137 at page 3, paragraph 1? Mr. Berman, as I understand it, the settlement agreement asks the commission to approve the updated wildfire mitigation plan as filed in the company's rebuttal testimony. Is that right?
That's correct.
And can we go to page 15 to 16, paragraphs 41, 42? As just one example, it talks about transmission line major rebuilds and cost recovery of transmission-related capital spending through the TCA. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
All right. Can we pull up the most recent? Looks like you do have this open. Can we pull up the most recent rebuttal testimony budget, which is hearing exhibit 123, attachment PJM4? And I think this is the budget for the wildfire mitigation plan spending, including spending for transmission line major rebuilds and other costs that go through the TCA. Do you have that hearing exhibit 123, attachment PJM4? And I guess what this is going to show is a $1.9 million budget with a couple $100 million for O&M and $1.6 billion for capital. Can you pull that up, or are you having trouble?
You said PJM?
Is that the
PJM4?
wrong? Yeah, PJM4. It's the budget.
Okay.
And I guess what I want to ask you, Mr. Berman, is to sort of clarifying what we're approving here.
Yeah.
Under the settlement agreement, at the time the next TCA is filed, if the spending is exactly as shown in this budget, if you could shrink it a little, do the parties, UCA and staff, have the ability to argue that the spending levels are too high? Or are we and they giving up the right in the settlement agreement and basically pre-agreeing to these dollars in this budget? I guess I'm just struggling. What are we approving here? Are we? Yeah,
and
go
are
ahead.
you specifically asking about the TCA or just all of it?
No, I'm asking about the TCA because that'll get in front of us before a rate case. And I guess I'm asking, do the parties have the ability to argue that that spending is too high, or are they locked in to approve, or have they agreed that this is the budget?
So I think the way the company presented this, and maybe I'll start here, initially, was that because of the earliness and newness, right, of executing a lot of these programs. And this is maybe less targeted at the TCA because we have more experience on the transmission execution, that the budgets presented were illustrative. And so the settlement doesn't contemplate a budget cap. It doesn't contemplate a budget floor. And I would say that because it includes the prudence reviews, it doesn't say the parties agree that this is the amount that should be spent for the work. So there certainly parties in the commission will have an opportunity to review either the TCA work or any of the work under this plan and evaluate it. Do they think the company acted prudently in execution of that work? And part of that is, did we spend too much or too little? Too much, really, right? Like, I don't think you're agreeing to these costs without any ability to review them for prudence and execution.
I get that. So just assume everything you do is prudent. And this is not a question about prudency. So you see that line, that row, line rebuilds transmission, 184.9 million, right? That's going to be shown in a TCA filing before you actually spend the money, right? The TCA is projected.
Correct.
And say you come in with 184.9 million in that TCA filing. So it's before you spent the money, there's no prudency issue. UCA has argued in their answer testimony that you should be spending less than 1.9 billion, as has WRA. In that TCA process, is UCA able to argue that you should spend less than 184.9 million? Or have they agreed to that 149 million by signing this settlement agreement? And is the commission able to manage that spending down if it so chooses? Or by approving this settlement agreement, are we also approving that 184.9? Again, this is not a prudency. Just assume everything you do is prudent for purpose of this question.
I mean, I think that the settlement agreement agrees to the scope of work. So certainly the forum and the venue for the commission to review and for parties to challenge those costs is in the prudence review for the TCA or when the TCA is filed. I think what you're asking is like, if we filed per to this forecast and a party to this settlement challenged and said, no, we don't think you should do that work. I think, yes, the company would say, well, we've agreed to that as part of the settlement. But the execution of it and prudence and what it ultimately costs, I think are still up for issue in those proceedings.
Again, put the prudency aside. In this case, you're asking the commission and the parties to approve this 1.8 or $1.9 billion scope of work. And we're not really going to have an opportunity to manage this down for rate or other concerns if we so choose. I'm just trying, I think the settlement agreement is a little cryptic, and I'm just trying to understand what we're approving here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think about why it comes off a little cryptic. And I think it's partially because all of this work is our best estimate of what can be completed in these timeframes. So I would not anticipate it's going to be exactly what's on this page. But I do think the answer to your question is by approving the settlement, and the parties have agreed that the scope of work that this budget is representative of should be executed by the company.
All right. And if that 184.9 came in at 200 million, presumably, so if it was more than the budget was approved, unless it was offset elsewhere, UCA and staff and others could come in and suggest that it should be lower.
Yes, that's correct. And I think that even if it was 185, but for some reason, others felt that that was not the number prudently incurred to do that work, they could also challenge it.
Yeah, again, I'm not fighting over prudency.
Sure.
I'm not fighting over prudency. I'm just trying to understand what we're approving. And the confusion comes because the budget is not part of the settlement agreement. It's referenced back to rebuttal testimony. So I'm just tracing it through the settlement agreement back to the rebuttal testimony and trying to understand the obligation. All right, you can take this down. Let's shift to securitization. Mr. Berman, I hope you have another screen. And if you do, can you pull up hearing exhibit 138 SPB-8? It's your securitization model that you talked about with Commissioner Plant. And I'm going to try and share my screen so I can work through this with Mr. Berman. But do you have the ability to do that?
I do have the ability to pull that up on a separate screen. So the model that I filed with settlement testimony.
Yes. And let me see if I can share my screen. Did that work? Can you see that?
I can.
Let's see if I can make my screen bigger. I've now somehow lost you. Oh, there you are. So let's see. Sorry, I'm trying to make my screen bigger so I can see you. There you are. All right. I just want to follow up on Commissioner Plant's question. If you go to cell D68 on the basic calculations tab, do you see the net present value benefit of for customers associated with securitization? Is that the 403 million you talked about with Commissioner Plant?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And just so basically, I'll talk to other witnesses too, but basically the structure of the settlement agreement, at least for UCA and WRA, who originally argued that the $1.9 billion budget was too high, is that they'd support higher levels of 3-year capital spending in return for some commitment for the company to securitize the investment and create that $403 million benefit. Is that a fair understanding of what's going
Yeah, I
on
think
here?
that's a fair understanding that this was a big piece of the settlement to encourage and allow for this work to be done in this time frame at the least cost through securitization.
All right. And do you see cell D61? That 5% is, I guess, the assumed interest rate for securitization. Is that right?
That's right.
And if we change that to the debt cost, which is D8, and I'm just going to put equal D8 in there, do you see how the savings drops to 360, right? So if you finance at the cost of the long-term debt, it's 360 million. Do you see that on your spreadsheet?
I do.
Okay. So if we do that and the wildfire mitigation investment is at the cost of long-term debt, then the customer savings drop from 403 to 360. So is it fair to say securitization is about 10% better, 43 million in net present value for customers than using long-term debt? And I understand there's all kinds of assumptions in here, but in the context of your model, securitization is better for customers than long-term debt. Is that fair?
It's better, but I think the one thing I'd just point out is that debt cost that you're looking at is the overall cost of debt for the company across all of our debt. And so it encapsulates like historic debt that was issued at significantly lower rates and current debt. When we think about a point in time in securitization, if you were to issue a bond for securitization versus a bond at the company's, whatever the company would pay for long-term debt at the same time, I'd expect that differential to be bigger. Because what you're just right, because you're kind of wading in to a lower number because you've got a lot of historic debt that was like in the 3% range, right? From the last decade when rates were significantly lower.
So it depends on what interest rates are at the time of securitization.
It does.
All right, I'm going to hit Control Z, so we're back to the original model. Did I somehow lose it? Are you seeing the right thing? Yeah.
It looks right to me. Yeah, 5.5.
Okay. Let's go to the customer savings tab. And if you go to cell B24, I want to look at this from the utility perspective. So this cell shows that the present value of foregone equity associated with securitization is $545 million. So that's the net present value of the lost earnings to the company. Would you agree with that characterization, or would you say it different?
No, I would agree with that.
Okay. And then let's go back to the basic calculation sheet. In cell G49 to H49, do you see how the equity return drops from 62 million in 2028 to 0 in 2029?
Yes.
And if you go up to row 40, do you see how H40 drops from 1.2 billion to I40 0? So
Yes.
rate base basically shrinks by $1.2 billion.
Right.
And I just say, would you acknowledge that these are significant short-term financial impacts for the company? I think current earnings is a little below 800 million. I think current rate base is 12 billion. So I think these are 7% hit to your rate base and earnings in those years. Would you agree with that characterization?
Yes, I would.
Okay. I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and if you can pull back up the settlement agreement, and I'd like to turn to page 21, paragraph 57. It says in that part of the settlement agreement that the company will, in good faith, make commercially reasonable efforts to file a financing order application with enough time to result in a securitized bond issuance by January 1st, 2029. And would you agree with that? Yeah. Okay. So let's talk about let's talk about who gets to define commercially reasonable. I want to read to you the first sentence in Colorado Revised Statute 40-41-103 financing orders. It says that, and I'm quoting now, an electric utility in its sole discretion may apply to the commission for a financing order as authorized by this section. And I can pull up the statute. But is it fair to say that the company in its sole discretion can decide whether to securitize or not? Said another way, the PUC has no authority to require you to securitize if you choose not to. Would you agree with that?
Generally, yes, I would agree with that. That's how the statute reads.
So I don't understand what it means that the company is going to use commercially reasonable efforts to securitize. It seems clear that securitization is not in the company's financial interests because it significantly reduces both short-term and long-term earnings, as we just discussed. So why would it ever be commercially reasonable for the company to securitize? I'm just having trouble understanding how this commercially reasonableness standard applies here, given the $545 million in reduced long-term net present value earnings we just discussed.
So I'd have to go back and see if there's another place in the settlement agreement. I thought it said the company committed to filing the financing order. And so the commercial reasonable language here, I believe, was really meant to say we can't say for sure the commission's going to approve that financing order. We can't say for sure that when we get to the time that we file it, that the commission will review the costs and benefits and decide that it is in the best interest to approve that agreement. The company's committed to making that filing through this settlement. And if that's not coming across clear in the settlement agreement, I think I'm confident to tell you we are committed to making that filing. And that's what we talked about with the settling parties, that what the company can do is make that filing and then it goes to the commission to approve.
All right, let's test that. Instead of the commercially reasonable language, which to me doesn't seem to apply to this situation, and I couldn't find anything else in the settlement agreement that committed you to filing it. As a condition for approval of the budget and cost recovery, any thoughts of this commission moved away from the commercially reasonable standard and just modified the settlement agreement to require the company to file a financing order by a fixed date, say September 30th, 2027.
So I'd want to be careful about the date. because like I talked about with Commissioner Plant before, we want to ensure that we're getting all of the investments that are in service at the end of this plan and through a prudence review. So there is intentionally wiggle room on the date the company will file that order. But the company, I would have no problem with the commission's order requiring the company to make that filing.
All right, thank you. That's very helpful. I want to better understand what happens if the company declines to securitize for whatever reason, including reasons not related to the PUC. Can we pull up the settlement agreement, if you can, at page 22, paragraph 58? And it reads, beginning in January 1st, 2029, the WMA revenue requirement shall be calculated using a return on rate base equal to the company's cost of long-term debt. And then in 58.2, it says that the parties reserve the right to propose alternative timing or treatment for cost recovery after January 1st, 2029, when the company seeks to roll the retail capital costs into rate base. As I understand this language, in the absence of securitization, the long-term return on these investments would not be determined now by this commission, but left to a future commission and a future rate case. Is that a correct reading of this language?
So the long-term return would be an automatic shift in the WMA mechanism at January 1 of 2029. But then the company is retaining the right to bring those investments forward in a rate case and seek recovery of those investments. And we're not committing to what that return would be. Like we would likely seek a full return on those investments if for some reason the securitization were not to occur.
How about if it didn't occur because in your sole discretion, you decided not to pursue it?
I don't think, I mean, again, it's like, it's not the intention of this settlement for the company to be able to, in its sole discretion, not pursue it.
I get that, and I'm not going to your intent. I'm just trying to understand the incentives in the settlement agreement. Well, I'll keep asking you questions. Can we go back? Can you re-pull up a hearing exhibit 138 SPB 8? And I'll try and share my screen again if I can. Can you see my screen?
I can.
All right. And can you see equity return in 2029 in cell H32? It's 60 million, right?
Correct.
And if we reduce, and I want to see what happens if we reduce that to long-term debt. So I'm going to change, if you can see the formula, it's D6, which is your WACC. I'm just going to change that to D8, and that's the long-term cost of debt. And you can see it drops from 60 million to 38 million.
Correct.
Do you see that?
Yeah.
So say January 1st, 2029, your return on equity drops from 60 to 38 million, right?
Correct.
All right. And at that point, and I'm going to stop. I don't think I have any more on this. I'm going to stop screen sharing. At that point, the company has the right under the settlement agreement to file a rate case and argue that it's entitled to a full WACC return. So if the company was able to get the full WACC return at the time of the next rate case after January 1st, 2029, and I don't think there's anything in the settlement agreement to stop the company from requesting that, then the penalty for failing to securitize would only be 22 million under this scenario. Is that fair?
That's fair. I think, again, maybe it's worth the company having a little bit of conferral on the fact that the settlement agreement is intended to require the company to bring forward that financing application. So there's not, I guess the point I want to make is that this was not structured in a way to give the company that out. And if it's not coming across or it's not adequate, then I think we're willing to consider how that modification should occur in order to ensure the company's bringing that proceeding forward to the commission to approve the securitization.
We will get there in a minute, Mr. Furman. But just a few more questions to set it up. So the net present value of the lost earnings associated with securitization was 545 million. And that's, 20 times greater than the 22 million in the scenario I just described. Is that fair?
That's fair.
So it seems to me, and again, not trying to question your intent in any way. I'm just trying to figure out the incentives under the settlement agreement. It seems to me that the economically rational path for the company under this settlement agreement is to not securitize, and then after January 1st, 2029, file a rate case seeking full WACC recovery on these investments. And again, without questioning your intent in any way, is that a fair characterization of this incentives under the settlement agreement?
I guess I'd want to go back and look at the settlement agreement. I mean, I think what you're suggesting is that there's not strong enough language that requires the company to make that filing and get the securitization done. And so that was not how I interpreted the settlement agreement. Certainly, the company's intent and interpretation here is that we're going to file a financing order, and then that commercially reasonable language is really to account for the fact that we don't know what the market's going to look like. We don't know what the economy is going to look like in 4 years. And there could be a world where we make that filing, and for some reason, the commission determines that it's not appropriate to move forward with the securitization. That's really why that language is there. And if we needed language to commit the company to making that filing, the company's not opposed to that.
All right. I'd like to pull up UCA witness Mr. Pereira's settlement testimony, hearing exhibit 302 at page 6, line 8. Are you guys able to do it, or did I? Yeah, there you go. Thank you. Can you see that?
I can.
Yeah, he says that the settlement agreement lays out that in the event there is no securitized bond issue, and the company can seek recovery of prudently incurred costs and expenses in a future rate case, and shall do so at the cost of long-term debt. And as we discussed, I don't think that's what the settlement agreement says. It's certainly not how I read it and how you and I discussed it. And if you look at his next line, it looks like he thinks that it is an obligation for you to file it at the long-term cost of debt. So I mean, maybe, and I'll talk to Mr. Pereira in a little bit, but it seems to me that he's not looking at the settlement agreement the way you and I discussed it.
Well, not speaking for his intent here, I will agree with you that the settlement agreement in the company's reading is that the mechanism where all of those costs are held, the WMA, shifts to a long-term debt at the time at January 1st of 2029, and remains at long-term debt until which point the company brings those costs forward in a rate case. And the company did not commit to bringing them forward in that rate case at a debt return.
All right. And independent of what the settlement currently says, assume this commission adopted Mr. Pereira's position as a condition of our approval of the spending levels and cost recovery provisions, and determine now that the company will receive the long-term cost of debt for the entire life of the asset in the event the company fails to securitize. It seems like this outcome, deciding this issue now on this record, would provide more certainty to customers than leaving it to a future commission to figure this out. Thoughts?
My first thought is that would be a material modification to the settlement. And really, I think again, back to that language and what the company's trying to retain here is that if for some reason outside of the company's control, securitization does not happen, that we continue to have the right to bring these forward in normal rate-making process. So,
I mean, do you understand that's not what I'm concerned about? I'm concerned that the financial incentives and the $545 million in lost earnings and the sole discretion language mean that the company is just going to not securitize. And that's the concern I'm trying to get at. And this doesn't provide an adequate remedy. The remedy is potentially 20 times too small to incent you. So that's where I'm coming from.
Yeah, I understand that. I think the way to address that would be the requirement to file the financing order, because the challenge I think I would have would be if the commission were to order the long-term debt, then now the company is only ever going to get a debt return if for some reason outside of the company's control, the securitization doesn't occur.
But it's the commission has no ability to modify securitization. It is at your sole discretion by statute. We can't order you to securitize. So if you choose not to securitize, I mean, and the decision is now out of this commission's hands. It's after all our terms. It's a 2029 decision. So I just don't understand. I'm struggling to understand why we wouldn't just decide this now. What happens if you, at your sole discretion, don't securitize?
I guess I'm struggling to understand how that would work on our side, because again, the way that all of the negotiations and settlement agreement with the parties intended for the company to bring forward a financing application. And once that application occurs, I guess it's more of a legal question that I'm not sure I can accurately respond to. Of if the commission, if you're suggesting the company brings forward a financing order, the commission approves it, and then somehow the company backs out of it, that's not something that I contemplated was possible. Once the commission approves that financing order, I think you're executing the securitization.
I mean, why is that? It's in the statute says it's in the sole discretion of the company, and there's enormous financial incentives for the company not to move forward with securitization.
I guess I looked at that statute as it's in the sole discretion of the company to bring the proposal forward, to file the file.
You talk to your lawyers, it's not what it says. All right. I just have a few more questions in the event you don't securitize. I'd like to can you pull up your long-term rate model? It's hearing exhibit 120SB for the long-term rate model. If you can just pull it up on your screen again, I'll try and share my screen. And if you could go to cell, what is it? Z63.
That I don't have that up right in front of me. I could get to it, but I was clearly able to see your screen when you pulled it up. So maybe.
All right, let me see if I can do that again.
I can go find it.
Yeah, it's. Can you see my screen?
I can.
Yeah, and do you see in line 63 this 8%? It's referring to, it's your assumption about electric retail sales growth.
Yes, I'm familiar with that.
And if we go to the next screen, that's the 5-year growth rate, the 10-year growth rate, the 15-year growth rate, and the 20-year growth rate. Would you accept that subject to later check?
I do.
And I guess actually one more thing out there. Do you see line 29? This is rate base growth. Would you accept that rate base growth is 19%, 18.8%? Again, subject to later check.
And is that a 5-year number?
Yeah, it's a 5-year number. The other numbers are
Okay,
13,
yep.
10.
I
All right.
said that.
And again, subject to later check, if I represented to you that historical growth rates in Colorado's retail sales were roughly 0.2% from 2013 to 2023, would you have any reason to doubt it? And for the record, that growth rate calculation comes from Mr. Eiley's JTS direct testimony hearing exhibit 101, attachment JWI2, the technical appendix volume at page 32. It's table 2.26. I can pull it up if you'd like.
No, I don't have any reason to doubt that.
All right. So the growth rates in this model that you're presenting are, 8% is what, 40 times 0.2%. So very aggressive growth in here. And I'm not trying to litigate that now.
Understood.
And I guess the only point I want to make is if I put in 0.2% and just grow the 2024 number by 0.2%, can you see how the rates are much, much higher than in, and I added these two lines. I'm not asking you to endorse it. I'm just trying to make the point that if sales growth is lower than what you've shown here, rates are going to be much higher. Would you accept that?
I mean, I guess the thing that I would say to that is that I don't know that it's a fair assumption that the company is going to spend the level of capital that's in this model if sales growth is 0.2%. I would not expect we would, that these things go together and that this capital investment is meant to serve the sales growth that we're anticipating.
I appreciate that. And I guess I would just ask, well, I'd say a couple things. To the extent this sales growth doesn't materialize, then that risk is on the customer at least until the time we can manage down capital spending. Is that fair?
Certainly, there's risk on the company to be executing some of this capital and seeking cost recovery of it if the sales growth isn't coming to support it. But yeah, there's risk on both sides.
Well, but it's probably a lot more on the customer side. Your risk is that we find it imprudent. The customer's risk is that rates double by, what is it, 2032.
I just don't believe that level of investment would materialize under that sales growth scenario that far out into the future to where rates would double.
All right,
Not
fair enough.
interest for that to happen either.
I guess my last question on that is, in the absence of the settlement and agreement and securitization, I'm struggling with this level of capital spending and its potential rate impact. Should we be looking at, again, assuming you don't securitize, should we be looking at lower capital spending and just seeing if the sales actually materialize, spreading it over 7 years instead of 3 years? Any thoughts on that?
With the wildfire investment?
Yeah.
I mean, I think the point of the 3 years and where this settlement comes together with the securitization is to go after risk reduction and making our community safer as quickly as possible, right? And so obviously, like you mentioned, some of the parties were advocating that this was too big of a plan prior to the settlement. And the compromise there was securitization to get on board with this spending. So, I mean, I think that it's all paired together here in the settlement. I recognize the concerns you've raised. I think it's worth the company thinking through what the settlement words say and how that sole discretion, because again, it's not the company is intending to bring forward a financing order and securitize these costs. We didn't enter into the settlement for a loophole to not do that. And so if we need to tighten things up, I mean, we're willing to take a look at that.
Given your commitment to securitization, why couldn't you live with long-term debt, given that it's worse for customers than securitization for the life of the asset?
There's financing differences there. So when the securitization is issued, right, the company gets the cash from all of that at that time to redeploy. So that's different than laying the cash out now and then having the debt return over a long period of time. So that's the biggest difference that I'd cite, that puts us in a place where like we think it's a better path for the securitization.
Well, I get that. But you did agree to that on the coal plant retirements. Is that fair?
That's fair. Yes, but and this one I think comes forward before that, right? So I would say that the language here is probably stronger than the language maybe in that past settlement,
But it's the remedy for failure to securitize, which is at your sole discretion. In that situation, it's long-term debt for the remaining life of the asset. Here, you're reserving the right to seek WAC, and it seems like that path is very strongly in your self-interest. So that's the concern.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe the last thing I'll say is that in the way we talked about this with parties is that we convert to that long-term debt cost in the rider immediately. And then when the company brings these costs forward in a rate case, I recognize you're saying a different commission is going to be here, but I would expect every one of these parties to argue for a cost of long-term debt return or no return if the company basically reneged on its agreement to file a financing order, sole discretion.
I suspect just because you file doesn't mean you're going to go through with it. There's lots of, utilities withdraw applications all the time for all kinds of reasons. And I'm just focused on the financial incentives, not your intent. I just have two more questions and then I'm done. I just wanted to briefly talk to you about the TCA cost recovery and the Colorado Power Pathway project. By way of contrast, are you generally familiar with that project?
Generally, yes.
And is it fair to say that that project was a large transmission investment that was part of a Steel for Fuel plan that retired a set of coal plants and avoided the capital O&M overhead and fuel costs associated with those plants and replaced it with hopefully a cost-effective mix of cleaner resources in ways where at least the transmission investment was offset by certain cost savings. Is that a fair characterization, or would you say that different?
Trying to remember exactly how the approval for that came, but I do think you're right. Certainly that transmission project is to bring the renewable energy from those projects in. And certainly there are other offsets from the early retirement. So generally, I think, yeah, I agree with that.
And I guess I just want to contrast it to what we're doing here. I get that wildfire mitigation produces all kinds of benefits, but it seems qualitatively different from the power pathway in that it doesn't produce any offsetting downward pressure on rates. As shown in your rate impact model, every dollar spent on wildfire mitigation raises long-term rates, unlike the CPP investment, which does put downward pressure on it. So again, this is like in the absence of securitization in the settlement agreement, I'm just grappling with why we would put this wildfire mitigation capital spending in a forward-looking TCA when the TCA is meant to support transmission investments that create new transfer capability. And again, this is if you securitize, fine, but in the event the company doesn't securitize, can you help me and I know we approved the company putting it into the TCA in a prior advice letter filing, but this is a whole other order of magnitude. Any comments on the commission considering taking the spending out of the TCA? Just thoughts?
I mean, yeah, again, I think that's a modification to the settlement agreement the company would have to review.
Yeah, I'm not, if you securitize, this is going back to the original litigation. It's just, any other thoughts on that about why this goes in the TCA?
I think, I mean, there's certainly other benefits to these transmission line rebuilds. I think typically they come with some expansion of capacity. So that's why the company sees them as fitting for the TCA. And obviously, as you stated, that previous approval that wildfire mitigation transmission costs are also eligible for the TCA.
All right, but you understand the difference between the CPP and this. All right, I think that's all I had. Mr. Zummer, I think maybe we'll take a five-minute break. Would that be enough for you to do redirect, or you want a longer break?
I think a little bit longer would be appropriate. Find the new restrooms in the new building and some of that.
All right. Before we break, Mr. Martinez.
Yes, sir. I wanted to clarify a point earlier, and I know you probably did clarify this, but I wanted to make sure. So I represent CTIA, and we submitted some settlement testimony. I just wanted to make sure you don't want to cross our witness today.
Oh, I apologize. I don't have any questions for the CTIA witnesses. Commissioner Gilman,
I also do not.
Commissioner Plant.
No, I do not.
I apologize. But you're free, Mr. Martinez. Thanks for the clarification.
Also, my co-counsel may jump on later, Gabe Pania.
Okay.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry for the oversight. 15 minutes, 20 minutes. What would you like, Mr. Summer? 10 minutes?
If we could take 20, that would be great.
All right, let's come back at 10:45. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Zimmer, Mr. Berman, you're still under oath.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Blank. Good morning, Mr. Berman.
Good morning, Mr. Zoma.
I believe we've had an exhibit uploaded in the box.com folder that's been marked as Exhibit 149. Could we bring that up, please? Thank you. This is a copy of Title 40 of Colorado Revised Statutes. And if we could go to page 443. Mr. Berman, do you recall your discussion with Chair Blank about the company's discretion regarding financing orders?
Yes.
And you see that language there in paragraph 1 about the utility in its sole discretion may apply for a financing order. Is that the language you discussed with Chair Blank?
Yes, that's the language I was thinking of.
Okay, if we can bring up the settlement agreement, which is hearing exhibit 137. And if we could turn to page 19. And specifically paragraph 50 there. Do you see that, Mr. Berman?
I do.
Okay. How does that paragraph 50 relate to the discretionary language we just discussed?
This is the point that I was recalling in the settlement where this language says the company will file a financing order under the statute. And so this is how I mean, my interpretation, and certainly the company could provide a legal brief, but this provision in the settlement waives the company's discretion on filing that financing order.
And if we can scroll down to page 27 and focus on paragraph 75 there. Mr. Berman, what does this paragraph 75 tell you about that filing obligation?
Just reading through it. Yeah, this to me says that the company, once it agrees to make that filing, will not take any countervailing measures against the settlement. So essentially what this tells me is the company's committed to filing the financing order through this settlement. And if for some reason in our discretion, we found a way to not do that, I would suspect that that would have a significant impact on our ability to work with these parties in the future. And certainly would be fair for those parties to be very concerned about the company upholding the settlement.
And would you expect that to have future implications for working with these parties outside of this proceeding? Absolutely.
And many of the parties to this proceeding are parties to almost all of the company's proceedings, certainly the staff and UCA. And so the company intends to uphold the settlement and reputationally would see not doing so as impactful to our ability to cooperate with parties and drive future proceedings.
Now, if we scroll back up to paragraph 57 on page 21. This is the commercially reasonable efforts language you discussed with Chair Blank before. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you view this language as in any way modifying the company's commitment to bring forth that financing order that we just discussed?
I do not. I view this language as the commercially reasonable efforts pertaining to actually getting the bond issued by January 1st of 2029. And again, the reason why this is here is because once the filing occurs, there's commission process and there's bond issuance process. So if something were to go wrong in those processes outside of the company's control, I think that the company is saying, we're going to make this filing in a time frame where we believe we can get the issuance done by January 1st of 29. However, there could potentially be things outside of our control that would prevent it. And I guess what I was going to say about that is that's part of why the WMA shifts to a debt return on January 1st of 29. That was kind of the agreement in the settlement to provide additional incentive to the company to ensure that we could get this issued by that date.
But the company's incentives to have a successful securitization aren't limited to financial, are they?
No, certainly, as I just said, this is a central component of this settlement, and if it doesn't get done, it will certainly impact how the future commissions look at cost recovery of this work and relationships between the company and the parties to this settlement.
I have nothing further, Chair Blank. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Berman, you're excused.
Thank you.
Do you want to call your next witness?
Sorry. Screen chunk on me. Yes, the company calls Mr. Paul McGregor.
Mr. McGregor, can you hold up your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
You can put your hand down. Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
No, I'm in a room on my own.
If that changes, will you let us know?
Yes, I will.
Back to you, Ms. Shields.
Good morning, and just confirming that you can hear me, Your Honor.
We can.
Could the company would present Mr. Paul McGregor? Mr. McGregor, could you please state your name and title for the record?
Certainly. My name is Paul Joseph McGregor, and I'm the Vice President of Wildfire Risk Management for Xcel Energy.
Thank you. And are you the same Mr. McGregor who filed rebuttal testimony and attachments and also adopted the direct testimony of Ms. Ann Sherwood and her attachments in this proceeding?
Yes, I am.
All right. And Mr. Chairman, those exhibits have been entered into the record. So with that, the witness is available for questioning.
Commissioner Gilman.
Hey, good morning, Mr. Greger.
Hi.
So I'm just going to ask you a few questions that you mostly probably already heard. Maybe it's most helpful. I don't know if we have Ms. Federico or who's helping us today. If you have the main wildfire plan, which is hearing exhibit 101, attachment A, ZS1.
I'm familiar with it. If you want to put it on screen, that would be helpful.
Yeah. Oh, perfect. Thank you. Page 31. There you go. So just to kind of better characterize my question, I'd ask Mr. Berman, the company appears to have these kind of more detailed hazardous fire area maps, but then transitions everything into just the 3-tier system. And so trying to understand in the company's prioritization, especially of the areas with the most danger and the measures with the most impact, looking at this map, I see in pretty close proximity areas with, somewhere around a 20 times difference in magnitude of their score, which may end up in the same tier in making them into the tiered system. So I'm just curious how the company can sufficiently prioritized with only the three-tier system, being that there may be quite a bit of differential within each of those tiers as far as what is actually the highest risk?
Okay, so I appreciate that question, and I thank you for your diligence in stating that risk is variable across the tiers, and it's also within the tiers. And I think it's important to look at how this map is constructed. This map is the culmination of a number of maps being pulled together. Obviously, it starts early with that HFA, and then it builds up and ultimately produces the three tiers: tier 3 for highest, tier 1 for lowest risk. Also, what we've done is we have constructed the distribution feeder model, which assesses the risk for each circuit that would traverse any of these particular tier areas. So the risk is going to be different across the tiers, and it's also going to be different from each of the circuits that traverses the areas. So it's important to look at the geographical area, namely the tier, but also the specifics of that particular circuit with regard to its risk score and the various environmental and physical factors that would impact that risk score. So when we prioritize mitigations, we're looking at both the tier and the particular circuit characteristics.
Okay, and as I understand it, if just one portion of a feeder or a circuit is within the higher tier, then it characterizes the entire circuit or feeder as that highest tier, right?
That's correct. So we would default to the highest ranked tier for the nomenclature of that circuit. So if a circuit has the majority or any part of its length inside a tier 3 area, it would be categorized as a tier 3 circuit.
Okay. And then as the company plans or prioritizes actual projects, kind of operationalizes all these maps into what projects are we going to do you ever look back and refer to these more detailed maps with more of the differential to understand, since there is so much going into just these broad three tiers, such that, tier 2 encompasses a massive percentage, I think, of your system. How can we be confident in just the three-tier system that the company is prioritizing the highest risk, since even within one of those tiers, there's a huge differential, of risk in different areas in the tier?
Okay, so for our weather and environmental analyses, which informs our wildfire safety operations activities, that we look at tier 3 and tier 2 indifferently. These are the higher of the three tiers. So anything we're doing in tier 3, we're doing in tier 2. So that would be our system settings, our EPSS, etc. So that's going to happen irrespective of whether it's in tier 2 or tier 3. When it comes to looking at particular decisions for investment, such as undergrounding, such as covered conductor or small conductor replacement, we're looking at the actual characteristics of that particular circuit or circuit feeder. Looking at what the history is along that circuit, from outages, from contact from vegetation, and any other known defects that we've got on that particular circuit from our overhead pole assessment program. So we're looking at a number of factors when it comes to the investment decisions. The maps and the risk scores effectively prioritize and give us a direction to move in, and then we look at the specifics of each feeder.
Okay, thank you. You can take this down. Thank you so much for showing. Another question that's a repeat, but Boulder had advocated for access to the TechnoSilva outputs to help with some of their own mitigation at the parcel and community levels. And I was curious if the company had any plans as part of the settlement or otherwise to share any of those outputs with Boulder or any of the other communities or agencies.
Okay. I'm not aware of any plans to share the outputs of TechnoSilva. It is certainly within the realms of possibility to explore that. We would need to explore the conditions of our license. When we use TechnoSilva, we're effectively buying the intellectual property or renting the intellectual property from TechnoSilva, performing that analysis. So I would need to check. I don't believe it's beyond impossibility, and we can certainly look into that.
Okay. Also, the company had committed in the settlement that the PSPS playbook will be submitted within 30 days. And Mr. Berman had indicated you could explain a little more of the detail as far as what we would see perhaps detailed within that that document, as well as if there's any details on who would have access to that, especially if, say, a municipality or someone else who maybe was not party to this wanted to understand some of the information in more detail.
That's a great point. The initial version of our plan is included as part of this submission. It was drafted and filed in June of 2024. Obviously, we've seen a lot of change, learnings, and improvements along the way as we've evolved our PSPS procedures and playbooks. The current draft is currently in, I think it's version 1.3 at the moment, or the third evolution. We made a number of changes to that based on the experiences we took from our drills of January of this year that we did in all OPCOs, including Colorado, and also for the real-time PSPS de-energization events that we performed in Texas and New Mexico. So there is a number of updates being made to that playbook. It incorporates our most up-to-date criteria. It incorporates the embracement and the implementation of the incident command system, the ICS system that we put in place. I believe the commitment is to provide that. It may be filed as a confidential document because of the sensitivity to that, but I have no problem in meeting the commitment to file that within 30 days of decision.
Okay, any opinion or thoughts on if other municipalities or state agencies determine that they would like access to that? Is that a process that may be figured out after the fact? Is the company totally opposed to additional access to that if people who are not parties here, not people, I'm sorry, groups, organizations that may be able to show a similar interest want access to that?
Well, to answer that question, I think I have to look at how we are building our evolution of our PSPS activation and training. And as we perform drills, which tend to be internal to the company, and as we expand to exercises, we tend to be looking to partner with these OEMs and external parties. For that purpose, each of them would be granted the opportunity to view our playbook. So with regards to providing that to external parties that are potentially impacted parties or have a genuine interest in it, with the provision of an NDA, I don't think that would be a problem.
Okay. And then do you have any idea, as you'd said, I think the company as well as other utilities around the country are learning pretty quickly on this front through necessity largely. Any idea on the interval for updates to that playbook, and if you anticipate those would be filed, or would we likely be waiting till the next WMP to see the updated playbook at that time?
Okay. Like our utility peers across the country, the evolution of PSPS is something that's rapidly evolving. So I would see us making changes to that. I come to Excel from California, where we've been executing PSPS for over 10 years in certain areas. So they've really got that playbook down. Excel has made massive strides in the last year or so, the last 8 months or so under my direction to improve our processes. So I think this would be a process of continuous evolution. With regard to sharing it, I think it's important that the parties that would be part of the real drill, these OEMs, etc., it would be important for them to be aware of our current procedures and the various activities in that playbook.
Okay, great. Those are my only questions. Thanks, Mr. McGregor.
Thank you.
Commissioner Plant.
Thank you, and good morning, Mr. McGregor.
Good morning.
I just had a couple of quick questions to follow up on some of the questions Commissioner Gilman asked. I understand that the PSPS playbook is going to be filed as a confidential document, and therefore there'll be sort of limited access to it. Will there be a public version that has the confidential aspects redacted so that communities can sort of be familiar with that, even if they're not parties to this case?
I'm not familiar. I know it's going to be filed as confidential. I'm not aware of a plan for a redacted version. But again, I don't think that's beyond the realms of possibility. The reason it would be Confidential is there is a number of people's phone numbers, names and phone numbers in there for the rosters for the various positions. So obviously, if that was redacted out and then we perform some kind of scrub and review of any sensitive content, I don't think that's beyond the realms of impossibility. I do speak from experience in California, and there are both the confidential versions of wildfire mitigation plans, as well as the public redacted versions as well, which have a lot of blacked out information. So I don't think that's beyond the realms of possibility.
Great. One of the things that we heard in our hearings, our public hearings, particularly with the state agencies, was the value of a lot of the information that you're going to be gaining through the Technosilva, through the PANA cameras, and integration with the processes that the emergency services have on the ground, the wildfire departments, things like that. I'm wondering if you have, I think you referenced, you're not sure about what the contractual requirements are with Technosilva, but do you have the ability to interface with those agencies so that they can benefit from some of the insights that these technologies are going to give on the system? Many of those insights, I would imagine, may even go beyond your utility territory. For example, a pano camera that can see pretty far. Is that something that you are contemplating working with the state wildfire agencies and emergency response agencies?
So let me think. I think there's a few parts to your question, so let me break it down. There are a number of modules to Technosilva. There's the operational components, which are our Firecast and our fire simulation tools, which look at current and expected weather conditions and have a look at what we see in the future with regard to environmental changes. And they're used for operational decision making, wildfire safety operations, and the potential to execute a PSPS. We also have, or in the process of installing, a planning and investment type module from Technosilva that's called FireSight. And that module actually looks at taking a set of weather information, call it worst weather days, and building that portfolio of what it might look like in 5-10 years' time as we see the impacts of climate change on the environment. So for the planning modules, with regard to sharing that with other entities, we would need to check the contractual terms as to sharing Technosilva's intellectual property. As I responded to your colleague, I'm not aware of exactly what those are. I know that in events, we have looked at Technosilva and worked with other agencies as far as advising what we're seeing. Again, I talk from my experience in California, where CAL FIRE, the state agency, does have a license to Technosilva, so they are running their own simulations. I'm not aware if the Colorado fire agencies have that ability or privilege.
Yeah, I believe it. When we were talking with them, they said they had something that does weather modeling, but it's not as good as Technosilva. So I can see that information, particularly not the 5-year projections and things of that nature, but the event planning being pretty valuable as they're deploying, teams out to fight wildland fires, where they're, setting up incident command, being able to see where that weather sort of projection might indicate that the fire was moving would be pretty valuable.
Absolutely. And just to respond to that, while we are in the business of providing safe and reliable power to our constituents and communities, we're also in the business of providing a safe working environment for our employees and contractors. And when that extends into events such as wildfire response, I want to make sure that those firefighters have the best available information to them as well. Their safety is key to our company and to all of our success also.
Thank you. I was wondering, with respect to the local emergency offices and local governments, would they have one designated point of contact within the company for responding within the PSPS protocols that you're going to be in the playbook that you're going to be presenting? would they have one point of contact? I know that that was one of the concerns that we heard from some of the communities in the last PSPS, is that they didn't have a person to call or somebody to get information from.
I would need to check the specifics of our current draft. I am responsible for the stand-up and implementation of the incident command structure, the ICS, to our organization. And I do have one person on staff who is very fluid and very versed in communicating with emergency partners. I do have a staffing plan to expand that so that maybe more than one person, but that is a key contact in having the connection between the utility and the OEMs and the first responders as necessary.
Great. One question about the EPSS. My understanding is the EPSS can be used in isolated circumstances as an alternative to PSPS. Is that correct?
I think we need to be careful as the words to alternative. What EPSS is a coordinated system of protection systems across the circuit, and it does involve the use of breakers at the substation and reclosers along the way of the circuit. Those reclosers can be used to segment the system, to segment that circuit in the event that there's a PSPS critical fire weather approaching, and we could segment it at that particular recloser, which can protect the reliability to the customers not within the area of concern.
Sort of a more localized response within that kind of action.
That's correct. And actually within our plan, I think we made the assumption of approximately 3 reclosers per circuit. And when you're looking at circuits that might be 100 miles long, that gives you the ability to segment that circuit down and protect the reliability as impacting other customers outside of that area.
One thing I was curious about, one of the things we heard about with respect to the PSPS last year, was that the re-energization of the lines took quite some time. So there was the initial PSPS event, but then there needed to be sort of a visual confirmation for re-energization of the lines, before people got their power back. I was wondering if the capabilities that are sort of prospected within the EPSS could be used as an asset towards re-energization that maybe could speed that process up, or is it a completely distinct and separate sort of facility within that response?
I think it's distinct and separate, but let me elaborate on that a little bit. I can't speak to the particular re-energization prioritization from the April 2024 event because I wasn't here. I was not part of that incident command. Our procedures do insist that we visually inspect all or patrol all de-energized circuits before re-energization. And the purpose for that is to inspect for debris in our lines, damage to our facilities that could cause an ignition upon re-energization. So while these lines have been de-energized, we need to make sure that there's no damages out there. And then obviously we capture each of those damages to understand what we protected against. So performing that inspection, we do leverage the use of additional technologies. We're looking at drones, we're looking at helicopters for flyovers for hard to reach areas. And we're also looking at foot and road patrols as well to inspect those assets. So that's part of the re-energization procedure, and that would remain in place.
Okay, so the EPSS isn't going to really impact the speed of that re-energization. It still needs to have a visual.
It requires a visual inspection from our troublemen and our line crew workers. The EPSS will allow us to segment and localize any necessary PSPS de-energization.
And as I discussed with Mr. Berman, as it relates to the insurance question and the sharing, whether or not Technosilva allows for sharing of wildlife risk model outputs with insurance, with the insurance or state agencies that might influence the insurance underwriting practices, as was noted by Mr. Berman in the legislation. Does your current contract allow for that kind of sharing of those risk model outputs for the purposes of demonstrating a reduced risk for those homeowners?
I think we need to be clear on what we're using Technosilva for here. And what we're looking at Technosilva is what fire activity we see based on environmental conditions and weather conditions coming in proximity to our assets, and the ripeness of those fuels to a receptiveness of those fuels to ignition. What it's not doing is Technosilva is looking at environmentals and ground fuels and where our assets are. It is not looking at the combustion cycle of homes and structures. So it's a slightly different model as we look at wildland fire spread compared to urban conflagration spread, which is when you go structure to structure. So that's a different model. And I think it's important to understand that irrespective of what work the utilities do, these environmental conditions, namely the ground fuels, the wind, and the humidity, are going to be in place irrespective of what work any utility would do or any other player for that matter. It's a consequence-based assessment.
Yeah, I think some of our, most impacted communities with respect to the insurance, either denial of insurance or increasing of insurance premiums is in the wildland urban interface. And one of the concerns is obviously an ignition from utility infrastructure within those areas. You're going to be, part of this plan is that you're going to be doing all kinds of things, not only to respond to ignitions, but to try and prevent those ignitions through vegetation management and other things, changing of poles, all that sort of stuff. So in doing those things, you should, I would imagine, reduce the risk to those communities of an ignition that could spread from those facilities into that community. And so what I'm wondering is, I don't know if your Technosilva data does identify how you've reduced the risk of that ignition, and therefore reduce the risk of potential wildfire in those areas that may be incorporated in the risk assessment information that the underwriting agencies are doing within those communities. Is that something that you think the Technosilva data could provide?
I think there's a lot there to unpack, so let me try and go through it systematically. First of all, I think it's important to acknowledge that utility-caused ignitions are a small percentage of wildfire ignitions in general. There are many other causes ranging from human error to lightning strikes. There's a broad sweep of ignition sources. Utilities are just a part of that. When it comes to our part of reducing catastrophic wildfires, we're looking at it from the perspective of preventing utility ignitions. And that's what's filed in our WMP with regards to our programs to harden our infrastructure, to bring about advanced situational awareness, and obviously to inform and act upon our inspections and repairs. As it comes back to where that fire then goes, we have good information as to fire propagation using the advanced tools that we've built. Our camera system does give us the opportunity to contribute to any of the first responders with advanced detection of fires, irrespective of cause. So that's something that's a benefit for picking up fires, whether they be campfires, human-caused fires, or even lightning strikes in hard-to-reach places. The cameras tend to be sited in proximity to our assets, because that's why we're putting them there, to watch what's going on in proximity to our assets. But they do have the advantage of being able to pick up other fires, irrespective of cause, in that proximity. And we've deployed, I think the plan is for 135. I think we've got about 80 or 100 or so either installed or in position already this year.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of my point. I mean, I think you've got the vegetation management, which is reducing the incidence of ignition. You've got the cameras, which can do early detection of fires, which is so critical in keeping fires from spreading. You've got your Technosilva data, which can analyze where those fires may be going, so that emergency crews can go out and take care of those ignitions quickly before they spread and become something bigger. And all of those things together should, I would think, reduce the risk to a community that would be something that the insurance underwriters would work into their risk mitigation. And I'm just wondering if there is a mechanism for you to share those kinds of actions with those either the insurance commission, the the state insurance agencies, the underwriters themselves, whoever it might be that's making that determination of risk that's sort of driving up some of those premiums.
Thank you for that, and thank you for reminding me about the question you asked about assessing risk reduction. To answer your specific question, I don't believe there's a mechanism in place to share with the insurance providers. I think it's something that the greater electric utilities industry is considering and is something that we would welcome to work with the insurance providers as to how rates are impacted. I state in a personal matter, I do have a home in California in a tier 2 area, so I do personally see the impacts of insurance premiums escalating. Coming back to your point about measured risk reduction, I think the current maturity of the Excel models that were deployed for PSCO are still too raw and too immature in their maturity. I would class it as a version 1, which was directionally accurate to point us to higher risk areas to perform mitigation activities such as undergrounding or EPSS prioritization. But I don't think we're quite there yet for measuring that risk reduction. That is something that the California utilities have advanced into and have actually been able to measure and assess the risk reduced across their system, bearing in mind that they've been filing wildfire mitigation plans and updating their risk models since that 2019 timeframe. So they've got a little bit of runtime on us in that space.
So this is maybe something that could be an iterative process, maybe in the next WMP or during the process between now and the next WMP, sort of looking at ways in which you can learn from the California model to try and influence the risk measurement, risk reduction measurement.
I'd say that's correct, and something that the utility industry is very good at doing is sharing information. There are a number of avenues and venues to work together in collaboration with our other utility players. We've done a lot of work. Excel has done a lot of work with the big 3 California utilities, namely Pacific Gas and Electric, Southern California Edison, and San Diego Gas and Electric, as to how they've implemented their risk modeling and how they're deploying their risk mitigations.
Great. And, one last comment. I'm not sure to what extent your interaction with wildfire agencies here in the state have advanced, but I know that they're trying to get a lot of the same kind of technological capabilities in place to sort of help the state respond to wildfires, both by early detection and response. I mean, the state got a plane so that they could do that exact thing. I know that when we were talking to them about the Excel plan, they were very they thought that the software and the various infrastructure that you were putting in was something that would be very advantageous, certainly for your system, but I think also for them as they go forward. And so I would just try and emphasize the need for continued communication with the wildfire agency so that we can, if we do develop this sort of technical capability around the state, it can interface well with whatever the utility is putting in place, and so that we can have one sort of cohesive system that actually works well together.
I absolutely support that. Working with the responders and the agencies is something that I very much support, having done that in California. CAL FIRE was very much involved in the development of the high fire threat district maps that the California Public Utilities Commission published in 2018. with the standing up of the Office of Energy Infrastructure Safety. Its prior name was the Wildfire Safety Division. In 2019, CAL FIRE was a key player, as well as the utilities, in developing the risk management frameworks and the risk management working groups, where we really did dissect, just as you said there, that whole ignition sequence from faults to sparks to small fires to propagating into a large wildfire. And ultimately, at the end of the day, it's the agencies and the suppression efforts that we do rely on as these fires move from nothing more than a spark into a large fire and into potentially a catastrophic wildfire that we're all trying to protect against.
Thank you very much, Mr. McGregor. I don't have any further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I don't have any further questions. Ms. Shields, redirect of Mr. McGregor.
Yes, I have just a couple of quick questions. And if we might be able to bring hearing exhibit 137, the unanimous comprehensive settlement agreement, up on the screen. And I'd like to scroll initially to page 3, paragraph 5. And Mr. McGregor, I just wanted to walk through, I believe it's probably only 3 sections of the settlement agreement, largely provisions that relate to some of the questions you received regarding information sharing and the PSPS plan coordination with some of the stakeholders and OEMs. The first question, if you could take a moment and review paragraph 5. And we may need to scroll down as you read it, but specifically with respect to information sharing with OEMs, if you could give us a brief summary of your take on what paragraph 5 commits to.
I recall paragraph 5 from when we drafted this, and I'm supportive of what we've put in here. I think the key thing is that we bring in the OEMs to participate in our tabletop exercises. I believe that I used the term, we talked about drills, and we talked about exercises earlier on in my testimony, and the exercises are when we do bring in these external partners to help us. So far this year, we have executed 1 drill in the PSCO area. That was in January, and we do plan to do another one over the summer. I believe it's a drill at this stage, but I'd certainly welcome the opportunity to work with at least some of the OEMs as we do look towards wildfire season in Colorado later in the year.
Thank you. And if we could scroll down to paragraph 6. Relatedly, you had an exchange, I believe, with Commissioner Gilman related to the company's PSPS plan future developments and the potential for information sharing with OEMs and or municipalities. And if you could briefly summarize the commitments in paragraph 6.
Yes, just paragraph 6, the company shall complete its draft. This is the County Emergency Operational Plan, the EOP, which is an addendum to our PSPS plan. I know we've worked on that one. I would, subject to check, I know we filed a variation of this with maybe another jurisdiction, so I would need to check on that one with my team. But I have no objections to filing that EOP and the PSPS plan within the 30 days of final commission decision here in Colorado. Just reading the rest of that paragraph, I'm obviously welcoming the feedback from any relevant party as to how we perform these exercises. Standing up Incident Command System, ICS, is new to us, and I would welcome any coaching from other agencies that may have more experience in that field than we have.
Thank you. And then if we could also scroll to paragraph 43. You received a handful of questions, particularly about Technosilva, and I think you had a little bit of exchange kind of discussing what Technosilva is, some of the limitations, and particularly within paragraph 43, if you could help explain to us the information sharing that the company plans to engage in with public safety partners and OEMs related to the wildfire detection cameras.
Okay, thank you for pointing to this paragraph. I think it's important to make the distinction that this paragraph is with regard to our cameras, also known as our artificial intelligence cameras or panel cameras. and is not related to Technosilva, which is our fire modeling and fire propagation software. This is the agreement that we would share real-time data from these cameras. That's the feeds from these cameras. The plan is to install 135 before the end of the WMP cycle. And we do share that with a number of external first responders and public safety partners. So I support that.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions for you.
Thank you, Mr. McGregor. You may be excused. Appreciate it, sir.
Thank you, Chairman.
Ms. Velasquez. If you could hold up your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You can put your hand down. Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
No.
If that changes, will you let us know?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Manchel.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, Holly Velasquez Horvath, Hollie, V as in Victor, Elasquez, HOR, V as in Victor, ATH.
And by whom are you employed and in what role?
I am employed by Xcel Energy Colorado, and my role is Regional Vice President of Community Relations and State Affairs.
Great. And earlier today, we admitted to the record your hearing exhibit 119, your hearing exhibit 136, and your hearing exhibit 140. So with that, you're available for the commissioner's questions.
Commissioner Gilman.
Hi, good morning, Ms. Velasquez Horvath. Just a follow-up question and related to some of the discussion already going on, but really specific to the tabletop exercises that it sounds like you are already and plan on continuing to do, especially with some OEMs around the state. And just curious, how you're identifying kind of which communities to do these exercises with. Does that extend to other jurisdictions outside of those participating in this proceeding? So if you could give me a little background on how you're kind of recruiting and your plans on who all gets included in those exercises as we go on.
Sure. So I would think of what our engagement is currently with our emergency manager partners and public safety partners in both integrating and engaging in already existing conferences, trainings, and other activities that the OEMs and other public safety partners are engaged with. And so we've been invited in different aspects to participate, to present information, and to also work with them through the already existing meetings and conferences that they hold. And then in addition to that, we have been active in inviting different counties, municipalities, OEMs, and public safety partners into our work and our building to go through different exercises. One is to exercise and present what our power safety shutoff playbook looks like and feels like to them and receive information back. Another part of that is coordinating and working with them on identifying critical customers and critical facilities and making sure that what we identify is what they believe are critical in each of their regions, and making sure that we're integrating that feedback into ensuring that we've got alignment across those different priorities so that we're working in alignment as much as we possibly can. And that extends all the way through the counties that we serve and operate in.
Okay, great. I think that was my only question for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. Commissioner Plant.
Good morning. Thank you. I just had a couple of quick questions. I was wondering what strategies the company is planning to use to ensure participation by medically vulnerable customers in the battery rebate program.
Sure. So we're still learning, and I think there's a lot of continuous improvement in figuring out how best to do direct outreach to the critical customers and the medical device and medical eligible customers. One aspect of it is doing outbound calls and making sure that our customers that have medical device or medically eligible are opting in and recognizing in our database that they are certified in that aspect of our customer base. And then we have been doing a lot of initial outreach with different nonprofit organizations that do this work really well. I think that it's really important to partner and think of strategic partnerships with these different nonprofits that have done this work for a really long time and know this customer group that we're trying to target. An example of that would be with Julie Beams, who is leading an organization out of Boulder that has already devised and practiced giving access out to backup batteries and medical devices. And has interest and has indicated interest in doing a partnership with us. And that's an example of something where we're just trying to figure out how best to partner with organizations that know how to do this really well.
And we saw in a recent iDocket on outages that there was a real undercapacity for responding to people who were trying to reach the company for resolution times were either long or non-existent. And I'm wondering how you're planning to avoid some of those same issues as it relates to PSPS and other mitigation event communications.
I think, I do believe that we have encouraged the commission to open up a hearing so that we can work with the commission on the customer care and the long wait times that have recently come up as a concern. I think that from a PSPS perspective, our outreach and aggressive outreach in partnership with OEMs, food bank organizations, and other nonprofits like Red Cross, for example, are where I think is the most important for us to leverage in actively being as aggressive as we can in communicating and helping with emergency preparedness for our most vulnerable customers. And the more that we can do that, I think the better we're going to, be available for communication and be able to aggressively communicate during those emergency events.
Are there any plans to just overall increase capacity for that kind of consumer engagement that, certainly would be beneficial during the PSPS event, but also might address some of those other, the other issues that we saw in those outages?
Can you clarify capacity for me?
Capacity on the company side for responding to inquiries from customers.
Headcount or?
Yeah, just people, I guess.
It's okay. I just was wanting to make sure that I understood your question. So we have committed in settlement to hire two managers of resiliency. They are currently in comp with HR, so hopefully we have the ability to get those hired up here in the next several months. We also have proposed in my testimony to hire a disproportionately impacted and low-income customer outreach coordinator, and that is an additional person that can work in partnership with Red Cross, the Latino Community Foundation, and other organizations to do that outreach and better communicate with those customers.
And how will the local governments and public safety partners be involved in reviewing and updating the PSPS playbook as you go forward?
So we've committed to ensuring that we've got an annual tabletop exercise with our local governments and our OEMs. So as the playbook evolves, we will make sure that on an at least minimum annual basis that they have an opportunity to come in and do a tabletop exercise and give us feedback. We also have received a lot of feedback in the work that we've done with our OEMs and public safety partners over the last year since the April wind event that have encouraged us to just continue to be engaged with them and working with them. And so we have increased that engagement through participating in several different conferences and meetings that they already have. And like I said, and inviting and making sure that we're coordinating and sharing as much information to make sure we're aligned.
Thanks. And do you know, is the company planning on publishing online or in some location that's easily accessible maps or dashboards that are showing the progress on undergrounding, vegetation management, EPSS activation, those kinds of things?
I can't specifically talk to what exact maps and infrastructure we would be sharing publicly. I think that would be better asked of Paul McGregor.
And what's the process for integrating public feedback and lessons learned into future wildfire management planning cycles?
We, I think at least right now, what we do is we've got an annual meeting, a utility coordination meeting with all of our local governments that we have franchise agreements with. And so this is now a key part of that annual meeting. We also plan to share and work with our existing partners like CML, CCI, and making sure that we are not only sharing the work that we're doing with the WMP, which we've received a lot of positive feedback from the local governments that we've been sharing around the wildfire plan, but that ongoing work, I believe, is going to be consistent with our daily work and engaging with our local governments and our safety partners moving forward. And that feedback is continuing to come in, and we've got to be able to integrate and think about that from a continuous improvement aspect.
Thanks. And one of the lastly, one of the things we heard in our public hearings on this issue was some concerns around landowners as it related to communication associated with vegetation management. And there were some real frustrations around, people coming out and, doing various vegetation management without adequate communication or engagement with the landowners. And I'm wondering what kind of plans the company has in place to sort of modify that process and maybe put in place some standards for those landowners to count on.
So currently the communication standard that we've been practicing for our veg management is a 911 reverse call and an email to all the customers 2 weeks in advance of us going out and doing the veg management work. And then a week out, we then canvass each of the homes and the businesses before we do the veg management work and work directly with them and communicate directly with them. I do understand in even recent complaints and concerns from a couple of our communities that that's not enough, and that we've got to think about, additional communication measures and tools that we can use. And I think that that's currently being evaluated on how we do that.
Okay, and I think they were talking about something like a landowner Bill of Rights sort of thing where everybody would sort of have an understanding of what the process was going to be, and that there would need to be some proactive response from the landowners prior to work being done, so that you were sure that it wasn't just getting lost in the communication sort of void. Is the company open to something like that?
I don't believe at this time that we are. I want to also make sure that we are, within any homeowner's entitlement that they purchase a home. Within that entitlement, it does show the easement rights that we have for our vegetation management. So that's one. And I think that we've just got to be really careful about how much we are negotiating on a one-off basis with each customer on the vegetation management that we do and clearing through that easement. I know that we have done work in the past with our customers in making sure that we are balancing between the concerns of customers with their veg management and the company. But at the end of the day, the safety and ensuring that we are clearing what could encumber into those energized lines is important.
Is a verification from customers that are having things removed that they are aware that this is going to happen? Is that a part of your process? Because as we know, like emails can go into junk mail, and 911, reverse 911 has had some problems in the past. Is there any sort of a verification process?
I do think that it deserves a further evaluation on how much more we can do to communicate to our customers proactively prior to doing any sort of bitch management work. I caution verification, in how many opportunities that we can try to ensure that we are communicating with a customer and leaving it up to the customer to then verify back once they receive that verification. I would be careful about how much we put onto the customer to verify that. But I do think that we have an opportunity to look at further communication and proactive communication to each of the customers as we're going in and doing the veg management.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. That's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Plant. I don't have any questions for Ms. Vasquez. So, Mr. Mansholt, any redirect?
We do not. And that concludes our company witnesses as well.
Thanks. Ms. Velasquez, you may be excused.
Thank you.
I just want to check with you guys. Why don't we take Mr. Pereira next? Do you have questions for him? Should we take a lunch break now, or what's your thinking, Commissioner Gilman?
I'm open to whatever is best for you. I really only have a couple questions, maybe 5 minutes.
Commissioner Plant?
I don't have any questions for Mr. Pereira.
All right, let's Mr. Pereira, you there? You want to hold up your right hand? Can you hold up your right hand, sir? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Put your hand down. Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
No.
If that changes, will you let us know?
I will.
Ms. Crampton.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Pereira. Could you just state your name and your role in this proceeding?
My name is Joseph Pereira. P is in Papa, E-R-E-I-R-A. I'm Deputy Director of the Colorado Office of the Utility Consumer Advocate.
And Mr. Pereira, did you file a settlement testimony in support of the settlement agreement in this proceeding?
I did.
And if I were to ask you the questions that are contained within your settlement testimony today, would your answers be the same as the testimony that you filed?
They would.
With that, Mr. Pereira is available for questioning. Thanks.
Commissioner Gutman.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Pereira.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Let me see, I'm just getting to my question here. And I think it was really addressed by Dr. England, so I'll just kind of see if you can answer it. If not, that's all right. One of the key inputs, as I understand it, that the company put into their estimated total wildfire risk assumes a percentage likelihood that the utility equipment is associated with a wildfire. And I think both WRA and UCA pointed to this and took some issue with the 20% input assumption. And I was just curious if UCA still has concerns in that area.
I can't speak directly to that analysis with Dr. England, but I think the settlement, I think we're comfortable with this, with the approach the company is taking in the settlement context broadly.
Okay, that's really my only question. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
5 minutes says, thank you, Commissioner Gilman. Commissioner Plant, no questions. I just want to ask you some of the same questions I asked Mr. Berman. I assume you heard that exchange. Under the settlement agreement, at the time a TCA is filed with transmission-related wildfire mitigation costs, if the transmission spending is exactly as shown in the budget, do parties like UCA have the ability to argue before this commission that the spending levels are too high? Or are you giving up that right in the settlement agreement and pre-agreeing to the amounts in the budget?
I think we're agreeing to as similar to what was stated by Mr. Berman. I think we're agreeing to a general broad scope of work. We think that costs, an issue of prudency, and workflow are issues that we can take up further in other processes. I think as a general matter, with transmission, for example, we agreed to the scope of work in that general area, but if costs were higher, or timelines were delayed, or work didn't kind of land in the area of understanding to get it into securitization, we would take that issue up.
So we're basically approving $1.8 to $1.9 billion of spending over the next 3 years, and assuming it's all prudent, we're collectively giving up our right to challenge that dollar amount by approving or agreeing to the settlement agreement. Is that generally fair?
I don't think that's right. I think we're agreeing to a scope of work that would, with general estimates in that price range, but that doesn't mean that we're giving up, or the commission is giving up broad review. There's provisions, I think, within the settlement that allow parties to take positions within prudence review as well.
The settlement agreement says that the company will, in good faith, make commercially reasonable efforts to file a financing order application with enough time to result in a securitized bond issue by January 1st, 2029. And maybe Mr. Berman committed to a date certain, but any thoughts on that commercially reasonableness language?
I think it's important to tie that commercially reasonable language back to paragraph 50 in the settlement. We looked at will file as really the binding statement, and then I think I agree with Mr. Berman. The commercially reasonable language does tie to what does the commission decide in the financing order proceeding. Could you imagine a scenario where the bonding rate was higher than the cost of long-term debt? A situation like that might come up, and then I think that language then allows the exploration of other options.
I guess I'm struggling to approve a settlement agreement that appears to leave significant discretion to the company about whether to go through or potentially withdraw the securitization. Is there any comfort you can give me that the company will in fact securitize, given the magnitude of the company's lost earnings and the statutory language that gives them sole discretion to file or presumably withdraw the application?
Yeah, I think paragraph 50 is the binding provision in the settlement, and I think in redirect, Mr. Zomer and Mr. Berman went over the tie to statute, and that's our understanding of the company's commitment. I think beyond that, we would weigh should the scenario that you're laying out come true. I think that the UCA would weigh and consider probably a significant litigation advantage in a scenario like that, and so I think we find some comfort in the hypothetical that customers could take up the case and take up the issue further should that not come, should that scenario, become a reality.
Is there anything that would stop? So say the company does file the application and then withdraws it. Is there anything in the settlement agreement that would stop that?
I think that the good faith provision would likely come into effect there, although I'm not a lawyer and so I can't speak specifically to it, but we feel that the language in paragraph 50 is tight enough on the intent.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think and Mr. Berman agreed to take on a binding obligation to file the application. I'm just asking what happens if they withdraw it or they don't follow through and actually do the securitization.
I think we would explore, should that happen, I think we would explore our options. We would certainly not feel like that type of action was in good faith and in spirit of the settlement.
Can we pull up Mr. Pereira's settlement testimony hearing exhibit 302, page 6, lines 6 to 8?
Do you mind if I refer to my document as well?
No, of course not. So what's your view in the event that the company doesn't securitize and say they file a rate case January 15th, 2029, 2 weeks after my term ends, seeking WAC recovery? I mean, this you say here they shall do so at the cost of long-term debt. But I read the settlement agreement, and Mr. Berman testified that the company has retained full rights to seek WAC at that time.
Sure.
What's your view of the settlement agreement, and how should we look at this language in your settlement answer testimony?
Sure. I apologize for my imprecision here on this answer. It's my understanding that should securitization fall through, that this will be applied to the WMA, and that is at the cost of long-term debt, but also the company retains the ability to propose, WAC recovery in the future. Certainly, we would not support the company's proposal there and would argue, at minimum, a cost of long-term debt, but also the UCA reserves the right to make other proposals that may be, more advantageous to customers than the cost of long-term.
And would you agree with Mr. Berman's testimony that the sort of economically profit maximizing path forward would be to not securitize and go fight out WAC in this rate case? Given the, whatever it was, $545 million in lost present value earnings associated with securitization?
Just a question of clarification. Are you asking this in the context of them finding it advantageous not to file securitization at all, or should securitization?
No, I think they've agreed to file it, but say that for whatever reason they don't go through with it, or they withdraw the application.
Sure. Again, I think that we believe that's covered in the settlement agreement, but certainly would, if the commission feels that require, stronger language to require them or to tighten up, as Mr. Berman suggested, is necessary, we would support that. We understand the hypotheticals, but frankly, understanding the hypothetical is why we pushed for securitization in the first place. I mean, we also understand what the company is foregoing in this proceeding, and that's the negotiation benefit on our side. I think one of the challenges here with the hypothetical is that there really is only two, given statute, there's really only two ways for securitization to come forth. The company has to make that proposal initially, or it has to come through settlement, right? I think we all acknowledge that the commission can't order this, and so we feel like an agreement in settlement has kind of taken care of, or at least positions for the securitization to move forward. I can agree about the advantages to the company should they just file and then walk away, but I don't think that's in the spirit of settlement. It doesn't meet the good faith provisions that have been laid out there.
But you understand there's a $545 million.
I understand the math that you've laid out. I also understand the value of negotiation. I think, should the company walk away from, settlement in the hypothetical you provide, I mean, the well would be, at least from the UCA's perspective, the well would be tainted for a long, long time. And the ability to engage the company on anything.
Do you think that penalty offsets Do you think that penalty offsets $545 million in net present value earnings?
I mean, I don't know. I think we propose securitization in this proceeding, keeping in mind the broader context of all the expenditures that the company will propose in the coming decades. I think I'm sure the company made some calculation about foregone earnings here in this proceeding and its relevance to the public safety, and then also considered the broad opportunities that it has to earn on new resources, on new transmission, on new distribution assets relative to the energy transition. So I think we can't divorce this proceeding from the broader financial calculation of both the company and customers.
I guess I'm still struggling with the level of capital spending proposed in the settlement agreement and its potential rate impact if sales grow more slowly than the company is predicting. Given this, and I mean, really consistent with Dr. England's testimony, in the absence of securitization, this is like, just a counterfactual, assume you didn't settle this. Would you say we should be spreading the same level of spending over, say, 7 years to create less rate impact? Or would you still be supportive of Dr. England's testimony that managed it down by a factor? I think it cut it by a fifth or sixth. I don't know, just somehow linking, like Dr. England suggested, capital spending with sales, seeing where sales growth was before we surged this much capital spending. Just any thoughts?
Well, I think all the parties, laid out an initial case. I think that the fact that we were able to arrive on a securitization, outcome, changes how we look at, the broad total amount of spending. I said that in my testimony, is that all parties have made concessions that generally, without securitization, we have concern about spending broadly and over, what time period, but we chose not to nitpick on, programmatic issues. There were other parties that brought, spending on programs or projects that, maybe we wouldn't favor, but in context of securitization, it seemed a good compromise to say, all right, we're in the right zone to get all the parties to agree and come to what's really, addressing an acute issue around community safety.
And if the the company hadn't made this commitment to securitization, is it fair to say you wouldn't have supported this level of capital spending and cost recovery?
I think our answer testimony around that speaks for itself.
Okay. One last question. I get that wildfire mitigation produces benefits, but it seems qualitatively different than other transmission spending in that it doesn't increase transmission capacity in ways that produce downward pressure on rates. As such, every dollar we spend on wildfire mitigation raises long-term rates, which is not the case with other transmission investments like the Colorado Power Pathway. And again, that maybe your answer testimony speaks for itself. But in the absence of the settlement agreement and securitization, any thoughts about the role of the TCA in recovering wildfire mitigation spending? It seems like maybe it should be limited to recovering only transmission spending that increases capacity. Any thoughts on that?
Well, to address, I think, the first part of the question, I mean, this is, broadly the balance between energy transition spending and then, other spending like wildfire mitigation has been, something we've been trying to signal to the commission, to balance and think through. I think in this case, the UCA feels like, we have this acute wildfire danger that needs to be addressed, and broadly, this is public interest spending that needs to be done. We similarly take that position with other spending like just transition and community assistance payments. That needs to, it's our position that then needs to that type of spending needs to be carried over for when the commission thinks about approving, resource and transmission and distribution spending. Like we can't look at them as divorced. And the UCA has been trying to say, we need to look at the broad package of spending that comes up, every year and then long into the future. And so we need to think about, these necessary spending and what level of discretion do we have on transition spending. So I would lay that out first. I think on the TCA, parties, look to the commission for indication on how you all might want these want recovery done around these type of assets. We don't come from, I think the UCA looks at what has the commission decided on how to do cost recovery on some of these issues before, and that we try to read the tea leaves about how you might do that in the future. And so the context of how things are done and then how we engage those in settlement matter. And I think that was probably something that we weighed when we came in, and made decisions within the settlement context.
So if we have guidance for that going forward, that might be useful.
It's always better to get guidance and understand some of the thinking of the commission.
That's all I have, Ms. Crampton. Any redirect?
If I could have just a moment.
Yep.
Just a couple follow-up questions, Mr. Pereira. I know this has come up a couple of times, both with you and Mr. Berman, but is it UCA's understanding that the company will recover retail capital expenditures through a rider with a WACC return up until securitization?
That's right. And that was one of the levers to consider, broadly within the negotiation. Is the company is not foregoing all benefit related to these expenditures. Until securitization is done, the company will earn WACC. And that's to the advantage of the company.
And then just to clarify, I know that this came up with your testimony. Is it UCA's understanding that if securitization does not succeed, or the securitization process is not successful, that there'll be a cost of debt return up until the company's next phase one rate case, and then it will be subject to sort of the regular debates?
That's right. And as I indicated, the UCA would likely, in that case, seek at minimum cost of debt, but could also propose other approaches that better benefit consumers.
You mentioned, I think you referred to wildfire spending or wildfire mitigation spending as sort of an acute need, and then also discuss that in the context of transition spending. Can you just explain that a little bit further, what you mean about this type of spending for this activity sort of in this time frame?
So the company has proposed, even from its last wildfire mitigation plan, a new framework for risk and have raised the issue of this kind of rising and acute need to address wildfire ignition, but also we have seen the issue of excess wildfire liability insurance also become a major spending area. And so we look at heavy level of spending now as hopefully a remedy to both better protect our communities in a shorter time frame, but also hopefully have some counterbalancing on the wildfire insurance issue. And we've heard in several proceedings, this kind of interplay between the insurance companies, looking to the company and saying, how are you reducing risk? And then the company hopefully communicating back and saying, these are the actions we're taking. Now mitigate some of the insurance impacts that you're putting on the company and then ultimately on customers.
And so just to kind of further that thought, would you expect to see, or for UCA to support, a capital spend of $1.8 billion every 3 years for these types of activities? Or is it your position that this is a spending plan for now to address these issues so they're not compounded in the future?
This is the spending plan for now to address that acute issue. I do not anticipate supporting another, $1.8 billion plan in 3 years.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pereira. You may be excused. Why don't we take a break till 1 p.m. and come back with staff and the City of Boulder. Any matters before we take a break? Ms. Stockmeyer, Mr. Burson.
Chair,
I meant WRA, not City of Boulder. Sorry.
Thank you.
With that, anything else before I create further messes? With that, see everybody at 1. Mr. Smith, you there?
Yes, that's Chair. Sorry, it took my camera a second to turn on.
Dr. Depew,
I'm here.
can you hold up your right hand, sir? You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
You can put your hand down. Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
No.
If that changes, will you let us know?
Sure. Yes.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Chair. And just to be clear, I assume we are officially back on the record, correct?
Yes, we are back on the record. Sorry.
No, that's perfectly all right. Thank you, Dr. Depew. Could you please state and spell your name for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Deepesh Deepu. It's spelled DIPESH DIPU.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by the Colorado Public Utilities Commission as Chief of Rate Financial Analyst Team.
And did you cause to be filed in this proceeding what's been marked as hearing exhibit 1101, your answer testimony, and 1104, settlement testimony?
Yes, I did.
And if I were to ask you those same questions contained in that testimony today, would your answers remain the same?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the settlement agreement that we've been referring to? And I'm sorry, I don't have the hearing exhibit off the top of my head, but are you familiar with that settlement agreement?
Yes, I am.
And were you involved in the discussions leading to the creation of that settlement agreement?
Yes, I was.
And in your opinion, as a representative of staff, does staff maintain that it is in the public interest that the settlement agreement remains in the public interest?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Chair, Commissioners, Dr. Depew is ready for your questions.
Commissioner Gutman.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Depew.
Good afternoon.
All right, I just have a few questions for you. Staff had, in its answer testimony, expressed concern about transmission rebuilds and prioritization of those that are not already under construction. And I know there's a section regarding this in the settlement agreement. You also suggested, and well, I think it was Ms. O'Neill's testimony, to be fair, but she suggested an alternatives analysis for that work for any that have not started construction yet. And so I wanted to understand if you were satisfied by the settlement terms there with regard to any alternative analysis on those transmission rebuild projects.
I'm afraid I would not be able to correctly answer that question because it was Ms. O'Neill's primary testimony. But we do understand that this was discussed as part of the settlement discussions, and the settlement essentially captures our agreement.
Okay. In your own answer testimony, you expressed concern that the company may be able to do some venue shopping for certain expenses or projects between the GMAC in the distribution system plan and here, depending on perhaps which recovery is quicker or potentially has a preferable return for the company. So I was curious, do you maintain concerns in that area, and how does the settlement, assist us in ensuring that expenses are really captured in the appropriate bucket?
Yes, I remember stating that, and I think the concern arose from the fact that the company in their testimony, in their direct testimony, had mentioned that they have this revenue available to them. But given that GMAC is still not approved and the contours of what expenses would be allowed to be recovered from GMAC and what return is still before the commission. So I think at this point of time, we agree to the provisions in the settlement that those costs which have been proposed specifically for wildfire mitigation should go through WMA.
Okay. And do you think it's sufficiently clear which expenses those are such that they'll be able to be differentiated in the future from other distribution system expenses?
So yes, we have looked at the expense heads presented to us in the direct and rebuttal testimonies, and we believe that they do have certain delineation, but we also believe that the staff leaned on our understanding that there would be greater clarity in GMAC proceeding as well in terms of what costs would be eligible for recovery in GMAC.
Okay. Another question. In answer testimony, staff pointed out that while the company completed most of the work in various categories from its 2020 WMP, that there were several circumstances in which it was over budget, 84% over the 2023 budget and over budget in 13 of the 16 categories. Mr. Berman today described the company's budget here in this proceeding as illustrative. So I was curious how the staff thinks we best have management going forward of what seem like not incredibly specific budgets based on their description, to ensure that we have the proper oversight on the management, adherence to, and tracking of the company's expenses, both in individual categories as well as in total.
Yeah, so I think there are two things that staff considered. One, that it is an estimate of expenses, not really a budget, which should be approved in this proceeding. So it's merely an estimate which guides us to know that this expense could be coming in. The second one is that we have had concerns about overspending. Going beyond what was anticipated in several other proceedings. And therefore, this proceeding through the settlement does create a collaborative mechanism where the staff would have some oversight. And of course, there's an ultimate prudence test where we would be able to question any over budget expenses.
Okay. I believe just one last area for you. In answer testimony, staff also characterized the battery energy storage system program as inefficient to provide ratepayer dollars to that program without a demand management requirement. And I was curious if you see anything preventing the rollout of a battery storage program here intended to be targeted at medically vulnerable customers at risk of PSPS largely. Do you see anything to prevent that from also including provisions that such equipment could be used to the benefit of all customers during typical grid operations?
I think the settlement agreement does facilitate the scope of sharing assets. So I don't think there's anything that prevents the company from utilizing these assets for other stakeholders should they need it.
And is that something you would generally view or staff would generally view as enhancing the benefit across the entire system of this deployment?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, those are my only questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Plant.
I have no questions for Mr. Depew.
Just really one question, Dr. Depew. Given the financial incentives under the settlement agreement, whereas we've talked about securitization creates $540 million in lost earnings for the company, and the fact that in the event the company fails to securitize, the long-term returns are left to be determined in a future rate case with a highly uncertain outcome. What comfort can you give me that the company is actually going to securitize, given these incentives and structure where it's just really enormously in their financial interests not to securitize?
So in my mind, Chair, when I saw that number, I consider that as additional revenue that they could have earned had they stayed invested. If they securitize, they get all the cash back for the amounts that they have spent from 1st January 2025 to end of this plan period. So I think that's a big incentive because the cash back can be utilized for financing other purposes that the company might need, or should that be invested even in a market-linked investment, they could potentially earn, if not more, at least as much as they are foregoing. So I think that incentive kind of balances this foregone revenue. In some sense, I would suggest that it's not really foregone if they get their cash back. If they stayed invested and they were to limit their earnings, let's say to cost of debt or something else, they would have had to forego earnings. In this case, it's, to my mind, it appears notional.
And all right, so I appreciate that. I haven't fully focused on that, but it's still a big hit to short-term earnings and rate base. Rate base is down like $1.2 billion. Earnings drops by $60 million. And, you know, all evidence says that they have very strong earnings and rate base growth targets. So it seems like it's a big hit in 2029. And you know, they seem pretty aggressive about following their short-term incentives. So any comfort you can give me that about the rate base hit and the earnings hit in 2029, which I think is like, it's like, you know, with a growth target of 7%, to have a 7% decline in 1 year is a seemingly huge deal. So any thoughts on why that's not going to be determinative?
So I have two thoughts, Chair, to present. One, that in other proceeding, which is currently before the Commission, on account of new demand from several industries, it seems like there would be potential growth in demand, overall demand. It may not specifically be for retail customers as much. So that's one. And secondly, the process that the settlement agreement proposes of collaboration between staff and the company, as well as quarterly meetings with all other stakeholders, we should be able to gauge if capital spending has been way more than, you know, effectiveness of the programs could perhaps determine. So I think there are built-in mechanisms in the settlement process, that settlement agreement, that perhaps could mitigate that risk a little bit.
All right. That's all I had. Mr. Smith, any redirect?
I think I have just a couple of questions for Dr. Depew. Should not take but just a moment.
Okay.
Dr. Depew, could you please? I believe the chair was asking you. We've heard a bit this morning about the idea that the company is, I think, in lawyer terms, losing money in net present value due to securitization. Is that staff's understanding of the effect of securitization? I think you touched on this a bit with the chair, but I just want to make it very clear for the record.
No, I don't think staff believes that the company is losing money. They would invest in this plan period for about 3 years, and then they would have another year to prepare for securitization. Prudence reviews would be done in that period. And then the amount would be transferred into a bond, which will then be issued to retail investors or institutional investors. And then the proceeds of that securitization will go back to the company So in some sense, they would be made whole from the process. And even during the interim period of this 4 years, they would be earning back returns. So I think it is certainly an indication that the company is going to get, will be made good. It won't lose money.
Okay, and then I just want to, this is sort of I want to get a little more general and then get a little more specific for you. You stated earlier that you took part in the settlement process. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and you would say, is it fair for me to say the settlement process is generally very iterative? It's a collaborative effort, correct?
Yes.
And so I think that it's fundamentally, is it fair to say that it's based on the concept of compromise?
Yes.
And that this was this a fairly long ongoing settlement deliberation process?
Yes, it was indeed quite long, and several iterations of discussions happened.
And just there at the end of your dialogue with the chair, I believe you touched on this, but part of that settlement agreement involves staff in the securitization effort. Is that correct? It involves staff as a party?
Yes, I think perhaps paragraph 15, or I'm not sure. Let me not speculate. So there is a mechanism where staff and the company would consult and even talk about the securitization consultant and agent.
And if I were to say to you that was paragraphs 57 and 58 of the settlement agreement, does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. And in staff's view, did this establish safeguards that made staff feel comfortable agreeing to this securitization protocol?
Yes.
Okay. And then I think, as you've already answered this question, but I'll just ask one more time. In light of the commission's questions, in light of everything you've heard here today, is it still staff's position that this settlement agreement as written is just, reasonable, and in the public interest?
Yes, we considered the savings for the ratepayers, the details of the programmatic elements of the settlement, and we also leaned on the technical expertise of other interveners. And I strongly believe that this is in public interest.
Thank you very much, Dr. Depew. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Can I just ask you one more question while I got you, Dr. Depew?
Sure.
Mr. Berman seemed okay with setting a fixed requirement to file the application. I mean, he was concerned about the timing of that filing, but would you have any concerns if it was acknowledging that you're not speaking for Mr. Berman? Would you have any concerns if the commission just set a fixed filing requirement of January 1st, 2028, assuming Mr. Berman can adjust that or the company can give us its thoughts on that? But the concept is a fixed filing date, no later than. I assume you wouldn't have any problem with that, given Mr. Berman seemed open to it.
Sure, yeah, I do agree.
All right. I think with that, you can be excused, Dr. Depew. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
That was helpful.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners.
Mr. Barrasso.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I believe Ms. Valentine is up next.
Ms. Valentine, can you hold up your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
If you could put your hand down. Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
No,
If that changes, will you let us know?
I will.
With that, Mr. Barrasso.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Ms. Valentine.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Claire Valentine, ClareValentine.
Thank you, and would you please identify by whom you are employed and in what capacity?
Yes, I'm employed by Western Resource Advocates as a senior policy advisor.
And did you cause to be filed answer and settlement testimony in this proceeding, which has been pre-marked as hearing exhibits 400 and 401?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. With that, Chair, Ms. Valentine is available for commissioner questions.
Commissioner Gilman.
Hi, good afternoon, Ms. Valentine.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Gilman.
Really just one question for you. In your answer testimony, you indicated skepticism about the validity and basis of a key input, and that input was the base 20% probability of wildfires that are caused by electric infrastructure. This value is then used to determine the ETWR, which then factors into the company's calculation of the risk spend efficiency, essentially making the efficiency appear higher than it would in your argument if that probability were lower and more in line with other public statements about the percentage of wildfires caused by utility equipment. So I was just curious, did anything in the settlement mitigate that specific concern? Or do you kind of maintain that concern outside of the settlement agreement itself?
Yeah, I think as it relates to that specific input, I don't recall, any specific change to that input being part of the settlement agreement. But what I would say about that is the settlement agreement does set up the requirement for public service to bring forward comparative analyses in its next plan, in addition to contemplating rulemaking at the commission related to wildfire mitigation planning. And so I think I do continue to stand by my original answer testimony that there is uncertainty in that value. And I think that that can be addressed in future plans by looking at things like additional comparative analyses and looking at additional sensitivities related to uncertainty in those types of inputs. And so I do continue to stand by the settlement agreement in its entirety. And I think that that is one of the benefits that we would see associated with the commission moving forward with a future rulemaking, to put some additional specifications around types of analyses that would support the commission in evaluating wildfire mitigation plans.
Okay, so you see the commitments to that comparative analysis in the next wildfire plan, as well as some of the reporting, getting to a better analysis in the next plan about the proper inputs for some of these.
Yeah, and I'll also just add that the settlement also includes a variety of stakeholder meetings to discuss topics like cost benefit analyses. And I think that we also see that as a forum to, address some of these different analytical inputs and elements that were of concern in this plan.
Okay, great. Thanks. I just wanted your take on if we were problem solved or making good progress toward getting the problem you identified solved. Appreciate it. Thank you. That's my only question.
Thank you.
Commissioner Plant.
I have no questions.
I'll just ask you the same last question I've been asking anybody else. I think Dr. Depew did help, but given the financial incentives under the settlement agreement and the fact that the long-term returns are going to be set by a future commission under some conditions of uncertainty, do you have any comfort you can offer me that the company's going to actually securitize?
Yeah, I think I have perhaps 2 points of comfort. I think the first one maybe is reiterating what Mr. Pereira had pointed out about the term related to public service operating, in good faith in making this financing order and securing a timely approval of that financing order and bond issuance. I think we see that as, a commitment from the company that, if violated, would severely damage party relationships with the company. And I think to maybe build off of that, in addition, if public service were to not act in good faith, something along the lines of, I know you mentioned earlier, potentially withdrawing the application, I think that would sour parties and potentially the commission, but I won't speak for you, on the general concept of wildfire mitigation planning. And I think that Excel does have a strong interest in keeping a supportive regulatory environment for wildfire mitigation planning in order to have, I think one of their witnesses testified on topics related to how that type of regulatory environment would help support their credit rating, and their general, business risk. And so I think that if the company were to act in not good faith on its securitization efforts, that would severely impact the willingness of parties in the commission to potentially work with the company on wildfire mitigation plans moving forward. And so I suppose we're optimistic that that sort of term and also the company's general interest from a business perspective of reducing wildfire risk, that those elements will, keep the company honest in putting forward a strong financing application.
All right. Did you have a second point, or that was both?
I suppose my second point was kind of point 1B of building off of the in good faith to just indicate that public service has its own business interest to do wildfire mitigation, and I would hope that they would not jeopardize their regulatory environment in a manner that would make it a lot harder for them to mitigate that risk and to secure approvals moving forward.
And I guess I'm just going to push a little harder, just given the dollars at stake. I think everybody would agree if they operate in bad faith, they're going to be stuck with pissed off parties and likely have to earn long-term debt returns or whatever whatever happens in that future rate case. But say it's like in the muddle middle, where market conditions get worse, there's no binding of bad faith, or what happens in those circumstances? You just leave it to the future rate case?
I think in thinking about that risk and the way that we've thought about it is also in the context of the baseline scenario of what was the company's prior cost recovery in their wildfire mitigation plan, which was structured in a manner that involved, a deferral and then recovery at the cost of debt, followed by then presenting those costs in a rate case. And so while this, is a very large dollar amount, and we would like to see the cost recovery approach be done in a manner that absolutely minimizes those costs for ratepayers, I think that the way that the settlement is structured to kind of have that approach of reassessing this, not reassessing, apologies, that's a misstatement, to determine the recovery of costs in a subsequent rate case if the securitization does not follow through, to be something that is at least kind of consistent with that prior trajectory. And so I think that was kind of the lens through which we were viewing this as well. But that it is a difficult scenario that you've presented, and I think we view that as potentially the worst case scenario that is somewhat unlikely. So
hopefully. One last question. Given that transmission goes through the TCA and is probably a little bit more favorable than non-transmission cost recovery, do you worry there's a bias in this settlement agreement to overinvest in transmission?
Apologies, I had an internet issue. Could you repeat the question?
Yeah, it just seems like the TCA cost recovery is more attractive than the non-transmission cost recovery. Do you worry that there's a bias in this settlement agreement towards over-investing in transmission?
I don't know that I feel prepared to comment on that, since I did not deeply comment on the TCA in my testimony, and I've not personally been involved in a TCA case. So I think I'll just say that we're supportive of the package presented.
All right, Mr. Barrasso, any redirect?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do not have any redirect.
You may be excused, Ms. Valentine.
Thank you.
Any final comments before we adjourn? I mean, Mr. Mancho, if you have any thing you'd like to say, and at least in regard to anything you've heard today from me or the other two commissioners, you'd be welcome to file, you and the parties would be welcome to file a statement of position. Originally, we were going to have it due in June sometime, but I think the issues are so narrow, maybe we could do it in a couple weeks.
Yeah, exactly. That's the exact proposal we were going to encourage. Perhaps having the opportunity for limited statement positions to try to help your decision, maybe by 2 weeks, by the 28th or so. We don't really have really wedded to a firm date.
Yeah, that'd be great. And anything you can do, the parties could do to give at least me confidence that you're going to securitize, whether it's, reports from the parties that's going in good faith, or if you go ahead, Mr. Gomez, am I in trouble?
No, no, keep going.
I saw you came off mute and clearing your throat, so my blood pressure goes up.
I need to distinguish between allergies and when I'm going to stop you, so.
I can't tell the difference. All right. Anything else before we conclude? Well, Commissioner Gilman, any comments before we close the record?
Yeah, thank you to all the parties for participating today and for what I understand likely to have been a significant amount of work to get to this point to present us with the settlement and all the associated testimony. So appreciate it. Thanks.
Commissioner Plant.
Yeah, similarly, I thank everybody for your hard work and for working hard to come up with a settlement agreement. And really taking into account a lot of the public comments, certainly that we've heard in our various different hearings and in our joint meetings and things of that nature. I really appreciate all the hard work and your participation today.
I just echo those comments. Thanks to all, and with that, we're adjourned. Thanks all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.